Hello, good evening. This is the Ogden Valley Planning Commission hearing, April 28th, here in the Huntsville Town Hall Council Chambers. I'm Vice Chair Commissioner Dean. I'm just standing in temporarily until Chair Arbogast arrives a little bit later. But I will go ahead and call the meeting to order. And by way of roll call, we have Commissioner Morgan, myself, Commissioner Dean, Commissioner Schaefer, Commissioner Lloyd, Commissioner Zenger here, and then on Zoom we have Commissioner Blickley. Can everybody hear okay? I know in the past we've had sound issues transmitting to the back of the room. We'll try to project our voices for you all.
Commissioner, we do have a sound system
if they need it. I don't know where. Yeah, it's not. So holler if you think we need it. Otherwise,
we can work on setting it up if you need it.
Okay.
We've got room up front if you want to come up.
And that too. Yeah.
And we also have our planning director, Brian Carver, with us, and we have our recorder and our IT director here as well. So we'll begin with a pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll take a brief moment of silence, please. Okay, thank you. Thank you all for being here in person and on Zoom. Your comments are very valuable to us. We also received several in advance of this meeting. Thank you for those as well. We typically have our attorney go through the basic protocol of how the evening will go, but I don't think he's here, so I'll attempt to do that for you. When we open the public hearing, we will actually be hearing from you all on every item on the agenda simultaneously first, and then we'll go back and discuss as a commission on each of those items so that we're sure that we have enough time for you all to provide your public comment tonight and aren't here till all hours to try to get your 2 minutes in. So we'll give you all that chance first, and then after that period of time, we'll take a short break. And we ask at that time if you plan to leave the meeting or want to have conversations, go ahead and take those out. You're welcome to come back in and stay for the remainder of the meeting and hear our debate, dialogue, exchange about the information we've received from you, and we'll hopefully make some decisions on these and move them forward tonight. So you're welcome to stay through that as well. I'm encouraged to do so. Our chair just arrived, but let's just keep rolling along. Did I miss anything? In that?
Nope.
So we get 2 minutes. You'll have to speak. You'll come up to that little black tape right there and state your name, where you live, and then the point you'd like to share with us. This won't be a dialogue, a question and answer at that time. You can't ask us questions that we can answer. You can ask us questions that we can answer later when we discuss it, but it's really just sharing your comments with us at that point. And then we'll have a chance later to discuss those questions.
Yeah, we know the Zoom instructions for them. Sure. If you're on the Zoom and you want to make public comment, if you guys use the raise your hand feature, we can unmute you so then you have a chance to make a comment, and then we can lower your hand for you and you'll be set to go for the next comment period that makes sense for you.
Okay, I do want to note a few adjustments tonight in case you're here for specific items. We will not be discussing and making the decision on accessory dwelling units tonight, nor on sensitive lands, nor on natural hazards, because those documents weren't properly posted for your access and review. You're welcome to, I don't know if you want to take comments on those or just put that off to a future hearing, but if those are your items, then please look for future agenda notice and proper postings and future hearings. So with that, we will begin, and I would open the public hearing with review of chapter 106 subdivisions, and we'll begin with our staff presentation followed by the public comment period.
Sorry, I'm just pulling up my summaries right now.
And I welcome Commissioner or Chair Arbogast to our meeting. And she can take over from here. I'm gonna let you go. Oh, let me go.
Yeah, you're good. Okay, I don't wanna mess with the flow.
Oh. Sorry, which, what did you say?
We start with chapter 106 subdivisions.
Subdivisions. All right, well, thank you for coming. Our first item tonight is the proposed changes to the Title 106 subdivisions section of the city code. This will update portions to create standards that better align with the community's vision for how property should be subdivided. Proposed changes include clarifying purpose and intent, additional density calculations to determine maximum number of permitted lots within subdivision, modifications to applicability to clarify that density language, application requirements, modifying additional water documentation, well registration documentation, minor subdivision standards, preliminary grading and drainage plan requirements, modifications to sensitive lands documentation for preliminary plat or plan requirements, final plat requirements, declaring agricultural uses, removal of density bonuses for road connectivity and modification to approve approval of alternative street alignments, street connectivity and circulation, additional requirements to prohibit density increases, clarify street dedication requirements for minor subdivisions, clarify maximum allowed density, clarifying future street connections, and public street requirements that include exemptions for agricultural access, clarify street dedication effect on density calculations, and clarifying construction standards. Shared private lane options are modified to reduce total dwelling units allowed on a terminal road. Standards for conversion of private lanes to public streets are modified. Terminal street and temporary terminal street turnaround requirements are modified. Street cross-section and design standards are added, and flag lot density calculations and access limitations are added. Lot average subdivision area and width are clarified, and parks and schools land conversion is clarified. Stormwater intent is clarified, and ditch or canal improvement intent is clarified to protect irrigation rights. Minor and major subdivision clarification language is added.
Thank you. Okay, I will now open it up for public comment, so just step on up and form a line if need be. Is anybody interested in commenting on this ordinance? Anyone on Zoom? Oh, we have none. Great. What?
You're perfect. We want to get you in the
Your
picture.
name and where you live, please.
Jim Hassan Yeager. I do not live in Ogden Valley City, but we own property out east of Huntsville. All of these items seem to touch on an agricultural use. And I don't know if you've talked to our professional farmers and Ogden Valley. But my recommendation is that you do so before you enact irrigation changes, water changes, density changes, and the day-to-day working of the farms that you want to keep in the valley. So my recommendation is that staff or somebody else on your behalf sit down with the professional farmers as a group and ask them what they need and how they best may be able to preserve agriculture in the valley.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak to this ordinance? Anyone online?
Would anyone on the Zoom like to raise their hand and make a public comment?
Okay, now we'll close the public hearing on this item, and we will move right along into the next, which is chapter 108 design standards, and open the public hearing for architectural landscapes 108-2. And I just, should I, open each of those items separately?
Yeah, let's just, we'll discuss them separately, sorry. Okay, the proposed updates to chapter 108-2 modernize the architectural landscape and screening standards to clarify the intent, remove references to Weber County and obsolete zones, include exemptions for agricultural uses, and revise minimum design and landscaping requirements, clarify watering, maintenance standards, nuisance mitigation, and supplemental site plan requirements. Go line by line.
Okay, right, we'll probably read. Let's open up the public hearing on this item. Please step forward if you'd like to make a comment. Anyone on Zoom?
No hands at this time.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing period on that. And we will move on to cluster subdivisions 108-3.
Design standards, chapter 108-3 is modernized. Is intended to modernize the cluster subdivision design standards by removing references to Weber County, modifying supplemental procedural requirements, adding irrigation and agricultural access protections, clarifying common open space requirements, adding requirements for permanent open space protection and prohibition of future subdivision, removing density bonuses, clarifying homeowners association conditions and exceptions for agricultural protection, and modifying requirements of documentation for water subdivisions.
Okay, we'll open the public hearing on this item. Anybody wish to step forward and make a comment? Anyone on Zoom?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'll close the public comment period on that, and we'll move to conditional uses 108-4.
Okay, the chapter 108-4 additional uses is modernized to change determination and administration standards by removing references to Weber County, clarifying the purpose and intent, clarification of approval standards, addition of language limiting restrictions on agricultural activities, clarification of revocation and expiration of conditional use permits, and clarifying abandonment of use in relation to agricultural uses and addition of minor amendment administrative standards.
Okay, open the public hearing on this item. Come on up. Or raise your hand on Zoom. No, nothing, close the public hearing on that item and open the hearing for timeshares 108-6.
All right, chapter 108-6 regarding time shares is modified from the original Weaver County Code, only to remove references to Weaver County, no other changes are proposed.
Okay, open the public hearing on this. Anyone on Zoom? No, close public hearings. And move on to supplementary and qualifying regulations 108-7.
Okay, chapter 108-7 supplementary and qualifying regulations is modernized to remove references to Weaver County, adding agricultural exemptions to fencing standards, accessory building height standards, and agricultural protections for garbage and junk control, clarifying public tree care, modifying setbacks for animals and fowl, clarifying permitting requirements for water and wastewater, and agricultural protections for waterways, landscaping requirements, and accessory building standards. Additional language on swimming pools, clarifying rules on occupation of recreation vehicles, adding development protections for irrigation infrastructure, clarifying temporary real estate office regulations, revising standards on supplemental wind energy generation, and clarifying process applications involving lots and parcels with existing violations, reducing setbacks and clarifying language on landlocked parcels, adding language to clarify building parcel combination, modifying language on the regulation of exhaust air and odor management, modifying agricultural building exemptions from building permit requirements.
Thank you. And open the public hearing on this item. Anyone wish to speak here or on Zoom?
The Zoom users asked for a little bit longer time frame before closing, so they have a chance to find the button.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Do we need to go backwards? Are they wanting to comment on a previous?
They didn't specify a particular one, but just that they need more time.
Okay. To speak to this.
I do not see any hand raised at this time.
I will close the public hearing on this item and move to 108. Open the public hearing on 108-8, parking and loading space, vehicle traffic and access regulations.
Chapter 108-8, parking and loading space, vehicle traffic and access regulations. These design standards are modernized by removing references to Weaver County and obsolete zones, changes to parking requirements for dwellings, changes to parking requirements for non-dwelling buildings and uses, and modifying adjustment procedures, modifying parking lot design and maintenance standards, and adding seasonal parking restrictions, modifying standards for side yard parking, and adding shared parking standards.
All right, open the public hearing. Yes. Anyone wishes to speak here or on Zoom? Closing the public hearing and. I think that's probably.
I think
on that one.
I think so too.
Okay, open the public hearing, on motor vehicle access. And 108-9, nothing else, yes, yeah, okay, we did 108-9 motor vehicle access.
Right, 108-9, motor vehicle access. And this is regarding almost exclusively gas station and service stations. This chapter is modernized to remove references to Weaver County and obsolete zoning protections for agricultural uses, modifications to driveway and curb standards, and modifications to gasoline pump locations, modifications to service station canopy locations, and the addition of applicability and exemptions, and the addition of administrative adjustments.
Okay, anyone wish to comment on this? Here or on Zoom? No, okay, I'll close public hearing and open the public hearing on public buildings and public utility substations, 108-10.
Okay, regarding changes to chapter 108-10, public buildings and public utility substations. The only changes proposed were removing references to Weaver County and obsolete zones. No other changes were recommended.
Anyone wish to speak to this item? On Zoom?
Not yet.
Take a deep breath. Yeah. Yeah. We'll move along to opening the public hearing on 108-12, non-conforming. Oh wait, no. Non-conforming structures, non-conforming uses.
This place that one.
Is this one, Brian, that we need to push to?
You know what? We might need to, because this was not listed on the attachments.
Move that one off to another meeting. Okay, so that's closed and we'll open the public hearing on 108-13, home occupation, short-term vendors, temporary outdoor sales and farmers markets.
Right. 108-13, home occupation, short-term vendors, temporary outdoor sales and farmers markets. Is modernized by removing references to Weaver County. I guess I will show this one. We will remove references to Weaver County and obsolete zones. Adding clarifying language to the purpose and intent, adding enforcement language, adding clarifying language to home occupation permitting, standards and inspections, clarifying design review requirements for short-term vendors, adding a general applicability section regarding permit requirements and agricultural exemptions.
Okay, open the public hearing for comments. Anyone wish to speak on Zoom on this? Okay, I'll close the public comment hearing on that and open the public hearing on 108-15, single family dwellings. Yeah.
All right, proposed updates to chapter 108-15 standards for single family dwellings. Are to remove references to Weaver County and obsolete zones. Clarifying standards, applicability to manufactured home parks and adding references to the appropriate building codes. Added language specifying required utility connections, adding language specifying materials for foundation skirting, clarifying language referring to roof, wall, and garage standards to appropriate building codes, and the removal of language regulating and recording additional kitchens, and clarifying administrative approval of alternative standards.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak to this item? Comment? On Zoom? At this time? Okay, I will close the public hearing and move to open public hearing on 108-16 outdoor lighting.
We did just have a comment online and asked about scrolling through the document to review all the red lines. Questions,
Yeah, I mean, it's all been posted, so.
I gave them the link to where we posted all the documents, one for that.
Okay,
Yeah. Sufficient.
all right, proposed updates to chapter 108-16 outdoor lighting design standards are to remove references to Weaver County and obsolete zones, adding definitions, adding lighting standards, adding prohibited lighting, and modifying exemptions.
Okay, open the meeting for comment. Anyone wish to speak to this? Outdoor lighting ordinance online?
At this time.
Okay,
I hope you received the written comments that I emailed to you.
yes, we received some great comments on that. Okay, I'll close the public hearing on outdoor lighting and open the public hearing on 108-18 drinking water source protection.
Proposed updates to chapter 108-18 drinking water source protection are to remove references to Weaver County and obsolete zones and add clarifying definitions of pollution sources and hazardous waste. So, with the
Okay, would anyone wish to comment on this? Ordinance? Online?
I do not see any hands this time.
I will close the public hearing on drinking water source protection and open public hearing on shoreline zone. As I mentioned on the agenda, you'll notice I skipped a few, and that was because we won't be discussing natural hazards or sensitive land overlay or ADUs tonight. Because those are not properly posted for you all to review in advance.
Okay, proposed amendments to the zoning ordinance, chapter 104-10 for shoreline S1 zone. The proposed changes are intended to create standards that better align with the community's vision for how property should be used within the zone, improve clarity and facilitate development within the zone. The primary elements changed include a modification to the land use table, changes to permitted, non-permitted, and conditional use status for specific uses, and special regulations, modified regulations on events and grazing, and additional regulations defining animal rights and watershed protection, and site development standard changes limiting impervious surfaces and maximum building height.
Okay, open up for comment. If anyone wishes to come forward or raise your hand on Zoom. I will close the public hearing on shoreline zone and open the public hearing on open space zone.
Proposed amendments to the zoning chapter 104-26 open space zone include modifications to the purpose and intent, clarifying community setting, permitted uses clarification on main buildings and accessory uses, and the removal of private parks as a permitted use. Permitted uses changes to uses of land under conservation easement, and conditional uses change of golf course from conditional to non-permitted use, and outdoor lighting standards clarification in the references.
Okay, open it for comment. Anyone wishes to come forward? Or raise their hand on Zoom? Right, I will close the public hearing on open space and open public hearing on NV1 manufacturing valley zone.
All right, the proposed changes to the manufacturing valley, chapter 104-21 or MB1 zone are to include the removal of references to Weber County and obsolete zones, the removal of aeronautical, space-based or defense-based manufacturing as permitted uses from the land use table, modification to the commercial services land use table, and removing animal feeding operations, automobile recycling, building materials sales yards, construction and mixing plant, material mixing plants, and shooting ranges from special regulations, increasing the increasing the maximum square footage of buildings.
Okay, thank you. Anyone wish to comment? Thanks, Stefan. Great.
William Brown in Liberty, Utah. I would like the city council to hear the possibility of adding outdoor storage as a permittable use for this zone. The valley only, as far as I know, only has the one area that's in V1, which is the lower section below the car wash and eating. And by adding this, I think it adds to the valley. It's a needed service that the valley needs. We currently don't have any outdoor storage that's available for usage. And also with the Port Grant closure, that's going to need multiple outdoor storage units for summer use and also winter use.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the room or on Zoom? Comments? Okay, I will close the public hearing for NV1 manufacturing and open the public hearing for CV2 Commercial Valley.
Question.
We'll open it up to comment shortly.
Okay.
Okay, proposed changes to zoning chapter 104-20 commercial or CV1 zone. CV2, oh, you're right, that's a typo. CV2. All right, the primary elements changed include modifications to purpose and intent to remove zones not used in Ogden Valley City. Land use table changes to permitted, non-permitted, and conditional use status for specific uses, and special regulations, removal of regulations on car washes, and sidewalk width requirement modifications.
That's generally, yes. Okay, let's open it up for public comments. Step on up.
It's just when I.
Yes.
We sent some things in, I thought that I'd give these to
Yes, we
you. I'll give you each one, but that's mine, I guess, it. You want one?
I'll put it with the minutes.
Good, I'll do.
We can pass them around so you can begin your.
Yeah, thank you.
2 minutes. And state your name and.
My name is Scott Kerr. I live in Centerville, Utah. And we own several properties here in the valley, storage facilities. We own a piece of property on 7900 East, which is Kitty Corner. You'll see well, we own this one right here. You've seen that picture. Okay, that sits right there on 7800 East, right next to the American Legion building. And we're petitioning to allow for zoning that allows for this storage for recreational vehicles. We have plenty of demand. Our units are always full. People like to have their stuff off the streets. I think the city wants to see stuff not stored on the streets. And we would like to expand into this property. We're already there. And the concern to start the executive summary is it's ideally located to serve Ogden Valley residents. It's within 5-minute drive of all the for the boats on the lake. It's 10-minute drive from going up to Kazi, and then another 10-15 minutes to go up over Monte Cristo and things like that. Our surrounding and it's ideally suited because it is not in a residential area. It's right there. If you'll go to you can see on the very last page, last 2 pages here, you can see that the property is this yellow piece. It's right there. It's nestled among other non-residential uses. It's ideally located. Around us, we have the Wainsgard property on the south of us. We have the Tim Knutson log cabin there on the north. We're right back of the American Legion Bar and Grill, or whatever they call it. We're right behind, we're kitty corner from our property to Pineview indoor storage. And then we're kitty corner 2 from the South Fork Hardware, and then Chevron. Then we have the fire station there on the corner. It's south. There's very strong demand, especially with the people that live here in the valley. If we had more units, we could probably lease up another 20 right off the bat. There's a lot of people that keep all their vehicles, RVs, snowmobiles and things here. And so we have a lot of demand for that. There's key community tax, including the tax base. Did you see this? This is the breakdown of the taxes. We just for the one we have now, we're paying $10,000 plus per year. The one that we would build would probably be paying around $20,000 per year. But most of that, if you notice, where does most of the car taxes go? It goes to the school district. And let me see, other things go to the county, other special districts in the city. And we don't use that. We don't use any of them. A lot of them, we don't use those services. I don't have kids that go to the schools. So we're subsidizing the school district by getting the tax base. It also gets more taxes to the city, gets more taxes to the county. It builds up a tax base that becomes an income producer for the people in Weber County. We see property tax revenues for many services we don't use. For a lot of those, we don't use any of those services. And that's what a lot of the commercial does. The people that, as you give commercial the opportunity to build here, it builds your tax base up, and yet it doesn't bring demand. In other words, if that was a house, you'd have to serve however many kids I have. I have 7 kids, but they're all educated now.
Thank you so much.
I'll keep my.
We appreciate the very detailed information that you sent in advance and the presentation as well. Thank you.
Okay, but do you want me to stop? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, the time is up.
I'm done. Okay.
Thank you.
I don't want to make trouble with the planning commission.
What you saying? Look at me, sit down here and listen.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any other, come on up?
I understand the gentleman's
Can
desire
you just
to,
state your name?
Kevin Thomas from Huntsville.
Great, thank you.
I understand his desire to have a business and that's fine. My first question to him would be, of those people he intends to service, how many are local residents? How many will be Ogdenites, Centervillites and so on who don't want to drag their boats up to here and just want to store them? So their front yards and backyards in those places are kept clean, but we are housing them over here. Secondly, if you look around at other cities like this, be it Park City, areas in Colorado or whatever, the cities that look good, that have a long-term aesthetic to them, to make them appealing and desirable, have standards on all construction. Be it a storage unit, a wastewater plant, a storage facility, whatever it is, a grocery store, there are specific building standards, architectural standards to maintain the charm of the area. So whatever we allow people to do, whatever kind of business, house, barn, whatever, we ought to have some architectural standards so that the valley continues looking like a nice place.
Great, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay. Any other comments?
Can I respond to one of the questions he said? No. Okay.
Sorry, online, but we have one more note. But your name?
Roger Terry, 2555 Wolf Creek Drive, that's the Valley Market. We are proposing, or we are seeking consideration of a zoning change from AB3 to CB2 on 2 parcels across the street from the Valley Market. We'd like to build a new store, 40,000 square foot store. It has 3 entries and to and from the Wolf Creek Drive and 2500 north. 200 parking stall, 40,000 square feet, I believe I mentioned, full service deli. Anyway, upgraded grocery store, very similar in design and style to the new Lee's Market in Mountain Green. To be built probably, or at least be designed and developed by Associated Food Stores who did the Lee's Market. After we have plans drawn, then we'll just determine a builder. So it could be very the same build. So anyway, I sent some information by email, and I also have a packet here to hand in.
Yeah, I can share those.
I have several. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, next up, anyone else? In the room? Me too, but online? No. Okay, I will close the public hearing on the CB2 commercial zone. So that will conclude, it will end the public hearing portion of our meeting. And so all the public comment has been received, and I don't know if anyone needs a break or if we should just keep rolling and start our discussions. You're good? Okay. Okay.
We're taking a break. Take a good break.
Minute break. So.
Well, if you can breathe.
Run, run.
Aaron, hi.
Hi.
Just one quick question.
It's probably a pretty those one things.
I'm sorry, thanks to the names that everybody.
Just.
Yeah, we get it all. Yes. Right now, it's going to. Thank you so much for having me. Lisa. I read it, so you don't look at them.
Maybe you have.
I have them.
Until we have. I did not shoot. So I did all you know, my very neighbor down here is fine to make that. Running a house, I do. You know, it's my streets and your list. Okay. Monster list. Okay. Because. So I read your, yeah, I did like that.
Yeah, so.
Yeah. Yeah, very good. He sure does. Very good savings.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, we can, yeah. Oh, interesting. It's the one that we're gonna.
Not my fun.
Yeah, and feel free to say if you want to.
You're trying to find.
Thank you. More than I ever imagined. Just like. Yeah, that's your thing. There. Okay, we will. Thank you, so those that have to stay, please do, and have a seat as we will continue. And we'll have our discussion starting from the top. With chapter 106.
Oh, yes.
Subdivision, as soon as our staff planner is ready. Okay, so I think, don't think we have any public comment on stuff. Say, oh, there was one, yes, about just a general comment. To make sure that we communicate with farmers before enacting changes that affect them. And so just to be clear, there is an effort underway. There is, I don't know if they're an agricultural advisory committee to the council or what the technical term is. But they are groups working to look at zoning issues and hurdles to economic success and viability throughout the agricultural community, and they are sharing that information with us, and we are in turn trying to incorporate throughout all aspects of the ordinances wherever feasible. And Tyson has been active, Commissioner Lloyd has been active in that group and very progressive in building those ideas into all of these ordinances as well. So great suggestion, and just letting you all know that it's happening actively. And that was the only public comment we had on that. So perhaps we can just kind of go down the line and talk about if anybody has any other thoughts to add or adjustments, considerations before we put this forward. We'll start with Commissioner Zenger.
I have nothing to add.
Okay, Commissioner.
I do not have anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good.
Mr. Morgan.
No, the comments we've heard it from other folks as well, and like Angela said, there's some groups in place to address that. So I'm confident.
Okay, as soon as our planner is ready, I do have some comments to convey when.
One second.
Ready?
Sorry.
Yeah. And maybe you could pull up and see a subdivision ordinance first. Some technical things I noticed. Type of last nice. And let me just take a survey and maybe we could shuffle the order of things. Who's here for CB2? Who's here for shoreline?
Or just ask them what it has.
Is it manufacturing? Okay, open space. Okay, so the rest of them are design standards that will take a bit, so. After we talk about subdivisions, I think we'll go ahead and switch gears and talk about CB2, so you guys can be on your way. But if you would pull up the subdivision ordinance, I have a few comments.
So they want me to put it on the screen?
Sure. So just a general note through some of the posting, and I don't think it matters in terms of the ordinances, but in the staff reports, there was a paragraph regarding applicable zones, and some of those were not in alignment with the zones at play, so single family, maybe single family wasn't mentioned, so just so that when it goes to the council, they're clear on which zones. And that's throughout across the board, I would say, you could just gonna one fell swoop comment on that, and then on page 26. Alternative street alignment. One of the outs of the requirement is that the alternative reduces costs, reduces construction costs, and I just don't know that that's a zoning matter that we would, and how we would classify, at what point does the cost impact the ordinance? And so I'm not sure why that would be in there.
Where are you looking at?
Page 26, see also.
Towards
Yeah,
the top?
towards the bottom, but no, it's at the bottom, he had it up on screen.
Make myself a note,
Okay.
last comment or the. Six.
Very bottom. Says six, seven, yeah, it's a number three, it reduces its costs. And that's just,
In addition, as well as in the commissioner deleted. So.
I just think that's really a broad, it's hard to quantify as to how, not sure how that relates to the matter of zoning and transportation.
I'm fine with it for now. I don't have a pull up to look at it closer. So you're just specifically talking about the.
The cost.
Number 3 says. Reducing
Three
construction costs without reducing public safety, and I think I agree with Angela, I don't. If the alternative alignment is necessary for all the other reasons, I don't think the cost needs to be. A factor that goes into that's
Approval or not, you're saying?
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
No, I am too.
And then on page 29, it lists connectivity incentives. And I couldn't find what incentives were included.
Thought we were the incentives,
But it was still listed.
Yeah. So is that an error that just didn't get moved forward, and it was should have been removed and.
Page 29.
Still waiting to get mine connected, but that's what it was added or it's part of the original.
What's that? Shall not increase the base density.
I just don't know that we have any connectivity incentives.
So go back, so scroll down, Brad. I think it was just clarify, it was to clarify the fact that there are no incentives essentially,
Okay,
yeah. So by saying connectivity incentives provided in this section shall not increase the rate. So if in the future there are incentives of some sort added.
Okay,
They
that's
are not setting density.
right? Keep that, and then, question on page, okay, that breaks up there, on that, allowable zones, I think we need to also edit the V3 to the HR. I'm regretting that I ever asked you.
FR3.
FR3, sorry, just scroll that
to the right, is HR.
right, but on this, on the.
On the last one, the written part.
Yeah, so that's. Then. And then on page 17. This is more of a question than a criticism, but it talks about sewage disposal and. The requirement that if you're within the property within 300 feet, you must connect, but if all of our waste. Utilities are private currently, how can we mandate connection?
Are they, I mean,
Not everything.
there are privately ran public utilities, so like, I believe, like the different water companies provide culinary water and the different sewer companies. They're still public in the sense that they serve the public. They're just managed by a.
Like an HOA.
Right, so they're required to, they're on their side, they're also required to. Have people connect to them, they don't have limits on. What they can handle in their systems.
So they do.
I'm sure they do.
They do.
My impression is that they're built to accommodate the development itself. I don't know that.
I mean, maybe they're, yeah,
Hang on, I think, let's start there. Oh, excuse me, Nadine.
okay.
So this talks about a part of the building that's within the unincorporated area of the county, and we've changed it to city. Any unincorporated area of the city is just the county. How
Yeah,
is
I think
this?
so much to their.
This one's
Minor place on county or just the city.
Brian's trying to.
He's correct, I mean, we did not remove unincorporated land, we should have been, so.
We needed to remove the unincorporated language, okay? I don't know how to put it, so.
It should say any part of the building situated within 300 feet. Or within the city that is within 300 feet of it.
Yeah, I just wanna make sure that we have the legal
Yeah.
ability to require a utility that.
We can, well. We can require that they seek. Seek service from a provider. And if the provider doesn't provide, if the sewer company does not agree to provide services.
So we can't say shall connect, we say may connect, or.
I think, for me, I think May Connect is more applicable. I think when we met with the director of the health department, this was a discussion we had with regard to something that was only under consideration, and I believe that was that there was the potential for a feasibility study about piping the wastewater from Powder Mountain down and through the divide and out to western Weaver County to the wastewater treatment plant. And what we were discussing in that meeting was if that came through, potentially nobody in the valley would need or want to use that because it's only being considered for Powder Mountain. And that we talked about in that meeting that we could say that anybody who's within 300 feet could connect if they wanted to, but we said they may, not they are required. I think the difference is if there were, yeah. Peggy,
I would just recommend-
I don't know that you can do that.
I would just recommend we match this with the municipal code because it is. municipal code.
So it's in the.
Yeah, so I do believe we need to match that and make it consistent. I don't know the number, but we did say may.
So the intent of language like this in most communities, and most counties even, is to encourage connection to a sanitary sewer where feasible.
Yeah.
Because it's cheaper and it's easier and it has less impact on groundwater.
I think that's great then,
And so-
where feasible versus.
The language, we could modify the language to say that, service. A will serve letter or service should be sought from. Any provider within 300 feet. If they refuse, then they need to work with.
I honestly, I would prefer that if this is already language in the municipal code, that we have that language match what the council has already put in municipal code, because I know we had this discussion with the health department, and part of the discussion that he shared with us was sometimes it is the easy way out is to tell people we need to throw it all their wastewater in one pipe and get rid of it because it is easier, but he said it also is less effective if we want to be able to track where we have problems and find out where we have hot spots or areas that we need to be more careful, where we are, where wastewater is, where we have hot spots, things like that. And he said that, his recommendation as far as protecting our water going forward was he thought it was better for us to stick with the smaller groups of either sewer companies for particular areas rather than going to a huge sewer system across the valley.
That's not what this is asking.
Okay, but I think, I don't think I feel good about committing and telling people that has to be their first option and that they have to go with it. I think if the health department approves them for another method of sewage disposal, I think that's fine, but if they want to choose to connect and a community sewer system allows them to do that, I think that's fine, but I don't think requiring them to do that is what I want.
Can we just change that to
Can
May?
we change shall to may?
Well, and I like matching the municipal code.
I don't like matching the municipal
Other
code.
than that,
I don't know, I don't even know what it is.
I can read the municipal code to you, it's about 3 sentences.
Okay.
So what the city has said. Under sewers. Is that the owner of any house, building, or property used for human occupancy, employment, commercial, institutional, recreation, or similar purposes located within Ogden Valley may at the owner's expense and option and expense install suitable sanitary facilities and connect such facilities to an available public sewer system when any portion of the building is located within 300 feet of a public sewer line, provided that such connection is made in accordance with the provisions of this title.
I think we should use that.
Copy paste.
Yeah.
Kathy?
Maybe I would like to comment.
What's that?
Okay, sorry, I forgot about it.
Okay.
Oh, I already on there. Jump in.
Yeah, I think, Lisa, I think the issue with this is that if you have a community-wide sewer system, that for it to be cost effective, that they need everybody within that sewer service area to connect to it. If Powder Mountain ran a sewer discharge pipe through our city, which I think is, I haven't heard anything like that, and I can't imagine that would be a cost-effective thing for anybody to do. That would be a different sewer system. You wouldn't, all of a sudden say, okay, we're running this discharge pipe through the valley, and now you guys have to that's for treated effluent is what that would be for. So it's a different sewer type of sewer pipe. And, you know, I think what we have here is fine.
Okay, let's match that.
Yeah, I think that it would be good for continuity, if the city has already approved that what's in their municipal code, I think we should match that. For continuity, so we don't create confusion.
Okay.
I
And then-
just received a text from Don Hickman. Suggesting that there are state law requirements about these types of connections.
Right, and we will have to subscribe with those.
So we encourage you to
Yeah.
start that, and we're good with that.
Yeah, if we can just use the language that is in the municipal code and we know that there are state requirements, and yes, we did know that as well, that we know we will have to comply with state requirements.
The other item I have is page 75, sorry to nerd out on these little details,
Appreciate it.
on curb gutters and sidewalks, it's standard, a lot of municipalities, basically use APWA standards, American Public Works Association, for just minimum specifications for quality control on those items. So I would recommend that we adopt that policy as well. And then on, wait a minute. And then on page 77, there's a reference to a Weaver County resolution for a tree species list, and I think we should have one, but I don't know if it should be the Weaver County because we're a different climate, elevation, all of those things.
I thought we were going to get a list, is that maybe?
That's in the
Is
architectural
that,
standard,
oh,
or it should be, I don't know if it is, but, so that's all I have on that. Anyone else have anything else?
Well, we did get comments about flag lots.
That's what I was just.
That's a different, was that in this?
Well,
Yeah, so that
it is.
page 52.
back to page 52.
All right.
Dude.
I think the issue was just sort of the access width, was that? your
Yeah, the access width was, I think 30 feet, and it was previously. It was changed to 60 feet,
Let's see.
or 30 feet on each two adjacent strips. Which means you would lose 60 feet of your entire lot, right? If you're, let's say you're a parent lot.
Yes.
Yeah, but if you have to have one lane going in, one lane coming out, whatever, 60 feet, then it would increase to, I don't know.
So number 4 says.
This is the online comment that Brian sent.
Okay.
Okay, that's helpful.
Okay.
Yes, number 4 says the access strip shall be configured in a manner that has the ability to support future streets where needed. Access strips shall be no less than 60 feet wide and extend from the street or shared private lane to the fullest extent of the lot. This may be reduced to 30 feet if 2 flag lot access strips are adjacent to each other. Does that take care of that?
I think that does, because it says, let's see, comment was. Upon adoption of this ordinance, access strips with the requirement is changed to 60 feet or 30 feet for each 2 adjacent strips.
So what is your ultimate goal?
Well,
I don't
then
have
it
the comment.
eats up the parent,
It eats up the parent lot.
the parent lot unnecessarily.
So they are arguing for more or more?
Less feet.
I
Like,
want narrower access.
they want to be able to have like 30 feet instead of 60 feet.
Okay, so he's talking about parcels that were subdivided prior to 2023. So are they? Maybe they're grandfathered in.
These flag lot requirements would apply regardless of how, when the law was subdivided.
And I don't know what his complaint.
So what, can you help us understand what
Are
are
they
the implications of
I
this?
actually had a question about this, from another resident earlier today. And reading through the county code, I'm not, the intent on the flag lot access width was to give the county the ability to create a public right of way on that access, and we wanted a 60-foot They want basically want a 60-foot roadway instead of. You know, if they needed to, but for whatever reason, push the road all the way through. At some point,
Subdivided.
Well,
I guess what he's saying in his comment is he said that when the parent parcel was initially subdivided in 2002, Weaver County approved an extreme flag lot with a 20-foot wide by 800-foot long access strip. It was approved by Weaver County Engineering in 9/25, but was stalled last fall due to the incorporation. So I guess he's wondering if it still is valid.
so,
The approval is valid.
if it was approved by the county,
But it got stalled before incorporation, so it didn't get all the way through.
and it didn't get approved, so.
But if it was a valid and complete application at the time, are we honoring those?
I don't think,
Not-
I don't think so.
not if it was
That's only
incomplete.
building.
Okay, it says this application will be coming to you for consideration. Well, that doesn't, I mean, we
So-
can address that now.
So let me think of, see if I can think of an example where it maybe becomes problematic. If one has a very large plot of land, let's say 50 acres. And that particular landowner wants to. I'm not sure if I totally understand the flag law. If they wanna build two houses. If they have half mile of driveway, but they wanna put up another house on their property. Does this mean they have to have a 60-foot driveway to get to, that this applies to them, that's a flag lot, and they have to have their driveway has to be widened to 60 feet? I
Well,
was,
for starters, no, because the maximum can be is 800 feet. For the code.
Long, 800 feet.
800 feet is okay, that's still a long way. Okay, even 800 feet. Are you telling, I mean,
The
is that,
driveway doesn't have to be that long, but the strip would have to be that wide.
where's the strip?
So
Just between the houses?
So that's what makes it a
It's gonna be your
flag, it's the
easement.
flag pole, that's why it's called a flag.
Right,
So
so-
you got a thin strip going
Think of
to,
it as a landlocked,
Yeah, it's like a
it's
landlocked.
landlocked lot. So you have to have an easement for someone else's property to get to your house. And they're saying that this access point here has to be 60 feet wide.
I mean, is it a factor of how many other properties would be subdivided off of that? So if it's just up to 2 parcels, then it's 30 feet or some such thing, but they can't then subdivide, create more access points to it?
Well, it's pretty hard to do here because of our minimum acreage anyway.
Well, he does talk about that because he said, he feels like it's critical because 106 includes new language for density limitations. That shall be determined based on the net developable acreage of the parent parcel. So by putting in the flag lot, by having to adhere to the flag, he loses density in his lot. Because you can't.
So is it a flag lot? I'm sorry, I'm sorry, because I wasn't here for the discussion, but I really do wanna understand. Right, so if you have a 700-foot access driveway and you have 3 houses at the end, is that saying that if you have a shared, that you have to, everybody has to share that drive to get to the house, is that the flag?
Yes,
That's
that's
gonna
the
be-
flagpole.
it could be 3 houses.
Okay, and you're saying those 3 houses, if they can't have a private drive that they're using, they have to make it 60 feet wide, that's huge.
That's what yes, it is huge, 60 feet wide,
Okay.
huge.
A flag lot is typically one parcel that fronts a street and then an interior parcel.
Hmm.
It's not typically flag lots. Flag lots don't count for multiple unit cul-de-sacs. If you're gonna put 3 homes at the end of the flagpole, that's a cul-de-sac, that's.
No, but I'm not talking a turnaround, I'm talking one and maybe goes up a ways and there's another.
Okay, so if this is just a driveway, then it's just a private driveway.
Well-
You could build a driveway
But
with.
what if there's no?
Well, there are requirements on private drives. I'm reading through this, again, I'm not sure. And I apologize for missing it, but I'm not sure why Weaver County is requiring a 60-foot right of way. Most communities require 30
I think.
for a flag lot, but if there's service, if that flagpole is servicing more than one property, then
Then
it needs
it's
to
a
be
road.
considered to be, it could be a private road, but it needs to be treated like a road, not like a
Well, I'm living in
long
that
driveway.
situation.
Yeah,
Well,
We-
private
we-
access and turn around
Yeah, I'm living in that situation and we were required to widen the road.
to 60 feet.
No, to 30, but I.
30.
So the thinking is so that if an emergency vehicle comes in and another car is coming
Oh, it
out.
has to be at least 30,
It has
yeah.
to be 30, yeah.
So, but his, at the very end, he says, we suggest adding language regarding requirements for adjacent access strip widths that refer back to when the parent parcel was first subdivided and the first flag lot was created. Yeah, he wants it kind of like retroactive, I guess.
I'm gonna have to read through these comments again. We certainly want to make sure that the ordinance is as broadly applicable as possible, but we don't want to be crafting
Specialized.
Right.
special lines just for one special situation.
Right.
I feel like
don't-
once we do this.
It's not common practice to refer to subdivision dates.
Should we table
But,
this and come back when we have more information and we'll get some maps, or do we have enough information tonight? to Make a determination.
I'm fine to move forward tonight with it.
Yeah, I am too. This just feels like a one-off. I mean,
Yeah, I would wonder if we wanna just switch it and just say 30 feet. And instead of no less than 60 feet, I think 30 feet, to me, sounds sufficient.
Unless we wanna include an exception for some prior subdividing date or something like that.
well, I said,
Sorry, subdivided, it doesn't matter.
and that's the sticking point is that
They say they
it
have-
hasn't been created.
What's that?
The subdivision doesn't exist yet.
Right.
But they were approved for.
It was
They're wrong team, or-
one part subdivisions.
So if this were, this aside, what is the right answer in terms of the dimension for these roads?
I mean, a 20-foot paved drive with a 5-foot shoulder on either side is common.
Okay.
Okay.
So we don't need more pavement up here, so it would be reasonable regardless of this to have a 30-foot standard.
Yes.
Is that the idea? Okay. Okay, does anybody wanna, well, right? Let's just more discussion, I guess we can,
Is there a
motion?
Is there more?
Yeah, please do.
Okay, so can I do it if I'm chairing the meeting?
I hope so.
Oh, you must.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take over as chair for a minute, so you can make the motion, cause I wasn't here when we went through all of these questions.
Okay, well, okay.
I'm sorry.
Lisa, I'm noting you're taking over.
I'm taking over as chair,
Okay.
thank you, and
So I would like to make a motion to move the subdivision ordinance chapter 106 forward to the council as drafted with the following modifications that on page 26 regarding alternative street alignment, that we remove the line item about that alternative alignment reduces construction cost. That line should be stricken. That on page 52, we changed the width, required access width to 30 feet rather than 60 feet. And on page 72, regarding sewage disposal, that we matched the text with our municipal code that's been adopted. That on page 75, regarding curb, gutters and sidewalks, we add, actually I wanted to add 88 compliant sidewalks, as well as APWA standard for American Public Works Association for quality control of all curb, gutter and sidewalks. And on page, that was page 75. On page 77, that we include our city's street tree species list in lieu of Weber County.
I will second Angela's motion. Schaefer. Okay, because I am now the chair. All in favor? Aye. Fred?
Aye.
And I am now gonna relinquish the chair back to Teresa, so we can make continuity for the day.
All right, thank you. Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to the design standards. We're gonna-
Skip towards.
We were gonna go.
Oh, that's right, CV2.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's hear.
Yippee.
Let's discuss CV2. So I'll just remind everyone of the public comments that we received. And that was from a property owner, wishing to keep the ability of building storage sheds in their zone. And they gave a packet of information ahead of time and at the meeting. We heard public comment regarding just keeping the valley beautiful with design standards throughout the ordinance, where possible. And
He also said that he wasn't in favor of that because he for the search outside of not residents
okay.
and in architectural standards.
And then there was a comment about zoning change request. We're not here to administer zoning changes, so that's not applicable tonight, but I believe they were in contact with our planner, so they could move forward with that application process. So beyond that, are there any, let's go down the list, starting with Fred.
Oh, we had a, so we don't correction, like I said, we have to fix it where it says CD1, just says CD2.
Fred, do you have any comments to add?
Comments on the submitted comments, is that what
Yeah.
you're asking?
And
Yeah, there was a couple things in there on lighting that I think we ought to take a look at.
The other page number, that's super handy.
Yeah, sorry, I gotta find this again.
Oh, TV2, right? Yeah.
We're talking about CV, sorry, we skipped way ahead to CVR2. I'm sorry, CV2.
Because I know.
Okay, so you're asking specifically on CV2?
So yeah, we have applicants in the room that we wanna cut them loose so they don't have to wait until the last item. So we shuffled the order of things.
Okay, so you're asking, sorry, would you repeat your question?
So we're discussing the ordinance CV2 that's the draft in front of us. So if I restated the public comments and just if you have any thoughts. discussion on
Specific to CV2, no, I don't have any.
it. Okay. Commissioner Morgan?
Well,
Okay. Commissioner Arbogast?
I'm wondering what zone allows storage units? Is it
Just CV2.
just CD2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So then if my understanding is right, and the comments that we were hearing from here.
there.
Here.
those involve more of a rezone.
Right.
Okay.
Now, is your property anything rezoned, is the
I
property?
don't know, I believe,
Yeah.
I believe it's currently CB2, but we're proposing to take storage sheds out of the ordinance.
It is not.
It's not?
It is currently 83.
Oh, okay,
Okay.
well, yeah, we
Okay, so
can't,
this an
you're in the
answer.
same boat as, I'm sorry, you're in the same boat as the other.
Well,
states,
it's-
it's
But
rezoned.
the point is, he operates a self-storage unit within the city. And he
Yeah,
would like to see the opportunity to expand
Gotcha.
his services, but
He would
we're
have
not
to
allowing it to use in future.
Yeah, there's-
So,
Okay, I will share when it's my turn to.
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioners Zenger, do you have thoughts?
I don't know, because. I mean. Some good points were made. About maybe lack of storage in the valley, but also counterpoints made that. It's benefiting people outside the valley, but I don't know that that's necessarily a legitimate reason to not pursue it. What was our thinking when we talked about taking it out of that?
So the thought was the primary location, there are some scattered small CB2s, but the bulk of CB2 is at the junction of Valley Market, that's surrounding area by Snowcrest. And that the desire is to have in the village center, walkability, interaction with shopkeepers and, patrons in an active space, and that storage sheds are not conducive to that particular zone. But at the same time, as we talked about, we need more than one commercial zone up here, so I could see very in the near future putting back in another commercial zone in the table that did allow for some of these uses and maybe some sort of closer to like manufacturing uses that would then be more appropriate.
So maybe the solution then is not altering the specifics for this zone, but that you request a rezone to not CB2, but something else.
That has storage sheds.
Yeah, that has storage sheds. Does that make sense?
that is yet to be created.
Yes.
Okay. But we are, and I do recall the conversation about CD2 is really when we talk about village nodes. CD2 is the area that is descriptively the area where we want walking community, village areas where people can walk, do things together. And that it might at some point be more adequately changed to actually, where would it fit? But the concern, I think, is that while there's one parcel where maybe in my mind's eye, that might be that particular parcel might be a reasonable place for storage units, that the other CV2 areas are not when we look at the general plan and the whole concept of a village node. I don't think that storage units fit within that concept
I don't
of
either.
walkable village nodes and where you want people walking around and enjoying themselves with all those other things. And so potentially looking at modifying another zone or adding a zone where that can come in, because we open that can of worms to every other CDQ zone, unfortunately.
Before we got involved.
Right, and it's already having impact, so the one that's there in that area now, I mean, it definitely kills the symbiotic relationship between businesses.
So-
Where you can walk out the door of one, go shop at the
Right.
next, and there's an energy around that, and it's very difficult for business if there's dead zones in between. Not dead in the sense of not functional and profitable, but in the terms of there's not people interacting, right?
So Erin, what is the storage unit property, or the storage units are, what is that zone?
Maybe.
Where the current storage are.
Right now it's
It
80.
is, no,
The one's over by
the parcel that currently has storage zones by this gentleman is zone CB2. Right. The parcel that he would like to expand to is currently AB3.
Correct. And
it's also behind other commercial businesses already.
but the zone for him, that zone is in other places. And so the reason that I have a problem with it is. I don't know that I have a problem with where he wants to put mini storage, put storage units. What I have a problem with is the other areas in the valley that are CD2, where we want to create that feeling of village nodes and walkable space. We have one
I personally,
already, I know, but it's my turn, like this, and you can have her. And then, and so if we wanna talk about having walkable areas, this doesn't fit, and the other gentleman spoke about having some design standards, the one that's currently existing over by the Valley Market had design standards and was supposed to have a different look. And at some point, they went in and said to the county, oh, hey, we don't wanna have to do this, and the county said, okay, never mind. Do we wanna recreate that problem going forward? I don't. I would prefer that we find a way potentially to let him complete his project, but not within the CV2 zone, by looking at another zone to allow that to happen.
Commissioner Schaefer, you had some comments?
so the walkability zone was FB. That's where the village nodes were supposed to be. To me, yes, they were. So commercial zones already have storage units in them. So it doesn't make that, I mean, you're not, the manufacturing, the gas station, people are not gonna walk. That's not a walkability, pretty city streetscape to walk on. It's like walking across the street from Valley Market to the gas station. It's not pretty. It's not supposed to be pretty. It's a commercial zone where you have outdoor storage and you already have 2 sets and a car wash of storage units. There's storage units over by the car wash, and there's the car wash, and then there's the manufacturing zone back here. I personally think, and we all have our own opinions, and this is not right fighting or whatever, but my opinion is it should be put back into the CD zone.
Okay, Commissioner Lloyd, do you have a question? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, we closed public comment. We
Okay.
closed public comment.
I had the same view as Commissioner Schaefer.
I don't wanna allow it back in, because I think then you open the door down the road to somebody else coming in to a CB2 area that is not set up that way. And you have to allow it.
Okay, Commissioner Arbogast.
Okay, I would wonder if, because we don't have another, we either creating commercial zone or potentially, is the manufacturing zone an area? We have other things in that manufacturing zone that, aren't necessarily just manufacturing, but we have a manufacturing zone. What's the feasibility of potentially having that piece of property rezoned as manufacturing and allowing that to go in there? I don't know.
I think that's a majorly intensive use, and I'm in favor of a place for storage units, and I'm in favor of adding more zones as appropriate to fit the needs of our community. And I don't think it's such a stretch to think that we could tackle that relatively soon, because look at all that we've done in this short time, right? Exactly. And so we, I think, could put that on a list of priorities among ourselves to, I mean, it's not an eminent issue because it's not zoned, so even if we were to leave storage sheds in, he's not zoned for it. And so I think basing it on this one issue is gonna be dealt with a different way regardless. And so I think to preserve the intent of what some of us believe is the goal of that commercial area. Yes, it's not perfect as a walkable, but we're looking to the future. We're looking at what we envision our space to be, and over time, things will change. Things might be redeveloped. And so this is what we have to work with, and I would vote for keeping it removed for now, but focusing on where does it belong, what zones would be appropriate and what other elements and commercial uses would be appropriate to go along with that future.
Well, and I think we've had a discussion of a need for more commercial. So maybe this would be the opportunity to create that another form of commercial that's not manufacturing, it's not village node, it's its own entity. I think that would be.
All right, Commissioner Morgan.
So explain to me, what's the conflict here between where his storage units are now versus where he's proposing?
Well, this is zoned for storage, this is not.
What? This is CV.
This is CV two, this is a baby,
But this would become a non-conforming use.
which is fine, it can.
That it will remain as a non-conforming use.
Right.
This is zoned AB3, and he would need to apply for a rezone, but but he wouldn't be able to apply to have it in CD2 because we're proposing to take storage units out of CD2 because of the idea of village node. So what Angela is proposing, and I agree, is that we would very quickly start looking at other commercial zones. The small group had this conversation and find a way to create another commercial zone so that he could do that, but not in the CB2 zone because we're trying to.
I got it, okay.
Does that make sense?
Okay, does Fred have any comments?
Is he still here?
Fred, do you have a comment?
No, here, he's just muted right now.
He did get the first chance, and have to go ahead.
Oh, I didn't, okay.
No, sorry, I couldn't find my mute there for a minute, but no, I don't have any comments at the moment.
I play devil's advocate one more time. What problem are you trying to solve?
We're trying to solve Angela, go ahead.
What some of us believe is kind of a killer to a vibrant, commercial active center. That storage sheds are meant to be a quiet place, away from activity in the area that his is located in currently, which seems totally appropriate, not in the heart of where businesses are trying to succeed.
And
Active kind of commercial businesses are trying to succeed.
So if we add,
I'm sorry.
if we add that into the zone. It's his lot, then that's fine. Because what he's asking for doesn't create that conflict.
Right.
But it opens the door for anybody else to come in
Somewhere else.
somewhere else
So
with the CD2 zone.
if you look at the permitted uses that we came up with, we talked about things like possibly a little outdoor movie theater space or an outdoor roller skating or ice skating rink or places where people, as it starts to move, that area was initially started over by across from the post office and in that general area, and then it's kind of shifted to take up all of that, and it also now goes around the corner and down by the Eden General Store, Carlson Park, those places there. And so though that's the area that is also CD2, and we don't want many storage units or storage units in that area. And so I think I agree that we should find a way potentially to have him be able to do his business, do what he wants with that piece of property, but not subject the rest of CD2 to that. So we need to find a different fix. I'll make a motion.
What do you think then?
I would like to make a motion that we leave the language in CB2 that does not allow for storage units in place, and moving forward, the commission will look at expanding it into additional commercial zones so that we have a place for storage units, like this property, but we aren't impacting the intent of the CB2 zone.
Are you moving up into the city council?
Moving it forward.
Yes, I might suggest we move it forward to the city council in the fashion that it currently exists.
I second.
Okay,
Okay, let's take a vote, Fred,
Aye.
Commissioner Morgan,
Aye.
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 Nay.
Nay.
Aye. Okay, I wasn't supposed to vote, so I don't know.
No, you can vote. You can't make the motion, but you can vote.
Okay. So.
Luke Schaefer, nay.
Vote, yeah. Schaefer, do you want to explain your votes on record?
I think I already did it.
Okay,
I feel like.
okay, so motion passes,
That's fine.
do you want to?
No, that's not gonna change it.
Okay. Thank you for coming and sharing your information.
Well, yeah, I've enjoyed the interchange that you've had there. I just, we just have, I mean, of the 32 units we have, almost 70% of them are local.
Okay, thank you.
So there's a demand there for it. I know that.
All right.
Thanks for taking time and letting us get home, so.
All right, so we'll bump back to the top of our agenda and we will next discuss, where are we?
Has the one on manufacturing.
Oh, that's
Right
right.
here?
Yes, he is.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. We will now discuss manufacturing and the one,
I thought outdoors, like, outside was allowed.
yeah,
Did you have a big conversation about that?
I was gonna open it, I thought we did.
I don't remember the conclusion.
Yeah, we changed it to permitted, so you're good.
It's not, it says it's a non.
Let's set contract storage yard,
If you look at
permitted.
section 104.23 21-3.150. Says outdoor storage is not. Which surprises me.
Something.
Let's look it up.
Can you say it again?
Well, no, but
Section 104-21-3.150.
It'd be page 13.
right, it's fine, page 13. That's what it says.
Their pages aren't numbered, so.
Outdoor storage, yeah.
Okay, so it's allowed, yeah, you're correct, as a standalone. It's not, it's allowed in conjunction as an accessory to others, so, if it was, yeah, I guess the question is then, can it be a primary use?
This is also consistent with what we retained. And for their outdoor storage.
They do not allow
It's not permitted in NP one.
as a standalone primary use, but it's allowed in conjunction.
Is there concern about it being?
Oh, yeah, like Tyson was supposed to be done in the morning.
And
Well, I thought we were allowed, we have to.
No, we're not. We're done with public comment, it's between us.
sorry.
Let's do that.
Yeah, I know.
Talk to us about why it's been non-permitted and these other jurisdictions. What issues of like unmitigating, I mean, if you want to consider those. Yeah.
Well, can we clarify what we did say was permitted? So that maybe that will.
So it is, outdoor storage is permitted with contractor, let's see, let me split the top.
So my purchase equipment storage yard.
So are we talking about not being able to have an outdoor space where we can park a whole bunch of boats and watercraft and things and just outside that it would be required if they were indoor and just not a big lot with all those things? Is that what we're talking about?
Well, I remember the discussion being that we wanted things
I believe that is what we're talking about.
a little.
But it, yeah, it says, so what is permitted is contractor equipment storage yard, contract equipment storage yard, or rental of equipment used by contractors indoor or outdoor.
And that can include building supplies when tied with a contractor's.
An active business use.
Common reasons to restrict self-storage or outdoor storage are to prevent, the improper storing of materials that could be hazardous.
To groundwater, things
Things
like
that
that.
provide, things that could attract nuisances. For example, pallet yards attract rodents,
Yeah.
because of their prime nesting habitat for small mammals.
Good job.
But generally, most of these concerns can be addressed. I mean, most people's concerns are just aesthetic.
So
Which
scenic
can be
byways,
addressed with
we have a
screening.
scenic byways ordinance for that.
We don't have any scenic byways in the city. Or are you talking nationally designated scenic byways?
But we have in our, but we have
We
scenic,
have,
it's just
we have
in our-
scenic corridor,
scenic corridors, okay,
in our sensitive lands.
in the sensitive lands.
We discuss scenic corridors, but you don't have any specific
Okay.
restrictions on uses within those corridors. Typically, as I said, most communities' concerns with outdoor storage are aesthetic, typically be dealt with using screening and landscaping standards.
So there was an example of a property owner in the manufacturing zone that was leasing his property as a laydown yard, right?
Yeah.
So
That's not.
so that's not a long-term situation, it was the fiber company that's in doing whatever.
Let's talk with this route. This has gotta be a discussion with us, cause we just.
Got it. Yeah, so, okay.
I thought we changed something, I don't see what we changed after when we met regarding this zone.
The main one was which I wanted to bring up, just make sure we're good with it, was there was a discussion about increasing building size from 10,000 square feet.
Right.
And it was increased to 80%, and I just wanna make sure
That seems like a.
it's large,
5
it's
acres.
over 30,000 square feet for an acre. Lot, at 50 feet tall. Right, so thinking about, or, I'm not saying yes or no, I'm just posing that was something that we suggested modifying. From the
I
original.
think that's too big. So we.
But I remember you talking to the gentleman that raised that, and we actually said, okay, yeah, we agree. And
We
we'll
got some.
increase.
Right, but not to 80% of the lot size.
That's what
Yeah.
I wasn't here when we had that discussion, I was gone on vacation, I'm sorry,
That's what I
I wasn't here.
No, we did. We had a discussion and determined through some back and forth that being able to use 80% of the lot, it just made sense for somebody doing a commercial endeavor.
Manufacturing.
Yeah.
I will defer to all of you, that wouldn't happen.
I mean, would we want to find a compromise, like smaller incremental step where we can say 80% of lot size or 20,000 square feet, whichever is less, so people don't buy up all of the manufacturing and then all of a sudden there's a mega factory happening. I don't know.
Well-
What's the worst that could happen?
I guess it would depend on the lot size, right? I mean, it maybe, limiting the building size to 20,000 makes sense on a smaller lot, but what if somebody's got a lot that's 10 acres? And you're telling them they can only do,
I don't think there's any, I don't know, the area itself is 10 acres over there. So.
yeah, but you have to really down.
For the future use, we're looking at a future use, at which.
So I think we should cap it at something then, I don't know what the number is, but 80% or.
Cause what if it's 80% of 5 acres, look at a data center, or what?
No way data center is approved in this valley.
Well.
Well, there was no way that's happening.
Well, or
Well,
what,
they're huge building.
I don't know, I'm thinking. To the size.
Yeah, exactly. I say we leave it as it is, since we're gonna do discussion about it, and we can revisit it at a later date.
Brad, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Are you getting the 80%?
Table it and we can review it later.
Well, that's not.
I don't think that was
Isn't that what Aaron just said?
No, she was suggesting we make a decision and change it, fix it later if I have to fix it.
leave it
Okay,
in.
sorry. It's hard to follow online, honestly, because there's like people will kind of talk over and then it gets blurred, and so that's all I'm having trouble.
It was 10,000 square feet. It was increased in the last meeting to 80% of lot size. I'm suggesting we keep that 80% of lot size, but maybe find a reasonable cap of building size, whatever that number is, 10, 20,000, 30,000. Rather than just keep it completely open-ended.
Can you tell me where the 80% was listed?
The bottom.
Their site development standards, 104.21.5. Commissioner Lloyd, what are your thoughts on this?
I would like to keep it as we have, as it's currently edited and move forward.
Then, yes?
Yeah, I would propose that, because we have no idea what will be zone manufacturing in the future. I would propose that we say 80% of the lot size or 20,000 square feet, whichever is smaller.
I need a visual of 20,000 square feet.
Half an acre.
Roughly. Okay. Well, you don't have a stinking big lot to even get 20,000 in here.
Right.
How big is the park across the street? How many, what's the property size of that park?
If I can get GIS to come up with it, I could tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, while we're thinking on that, and the seems like that's a sticky point, and then the other sticky point was about outdoor storage. Can we just kind of take a pulse on people, on that item? Fred, what are your thoughts on, it's been non-permitted, it's non-permitted in Weber County.
What?
Outdoor storage on as its own primary use. It's been suggested that we consider adding it as a permitted use. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, you were a little garbled there. Can you repeat that?
Yeah.
It's when somebody else talks, it cuts off, and I can't follow the whole conversation.
We're trying to behave, but.
Yeah,
Okay,
no, I know. I mean, and I know when I'm there in person, I know it's just the dialogue is flowing, but it's just when you're on the Zoom, it's hard to the words get garbled when two people are talking. I'm not being critical of y'all. It's just a fact.
So I would say on the use tables, outdoor storage yard has been non-permitted. The prior ordinance was non-permitted. Weber County does not permit outdoor storage. Because of, I guess, potential with visual things and rodents and nuisance, variety of reasons supposedly. It's been suggested that we consider permitting it in our manufacturing zone. So what is your feeling on that either way?
I don't think we should. I think we should leave it as it was.
Commissioner Morgan?
I'm getting this feeling, so there's something, it's a manufacturing zone, you require people to put buildings up to store their equipment, or do they have a space where they can say rails or cable or things like that. I don't know.
I personally, I would prefer to err on the side of caution currently and keep it non-permitted. There are other uses down there. There are other businesses that do have foot traffic. There's a distillery there. And so it is, even though it's manufacturing, it's still something that people interact with community. And I think if we allowed it, we'd have to be pretty serious about very specific screening elements, but my preference is to keep it non-permitted.
I think my preference would be to leave it non-permitted. At least at this time. I just had a thought and it like danced right out of my mind because
Okay.
I think we should leave it non-permitted. I'll come back to me.
Okay,
So,
Commissioner Schaefer.
I would say leave it as is for now, and we can talk more at length as we move through the next phase of everything.
Sounds good. Commissioner White.
I'm fine to leave it as the current zone had as the Weaver County had it. And I just want to point out, before I find this, on contractor equipment storage yard, that allows storage or rental of equipment used by contractors indoor or outdoor. So in that instance, it's allowed.
Right.
I just don't want to
Second.
say
I think that's part of it.
And Commissioner Zenger.
I'm probably okay to leave it the way it is, but the thing that keeps coming through my mind is we do allow a type of outdoor storage as long as it's connected to, say, a contractor. So the argument of outdoor storage causing problems, it's already existing. Why is the outdoor storage of a contractor's equipment less problematic for rodents or pallets or whatever than just open storage? So I mean, I'm thinking about that and thinking, well. So I mean, I'm good to come back to it if we come back to it.
Does anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Okay, I make a motion that we move. We just doing a piece, or we doing the whole,
MV1.
that we move MV1 forward, to public, or to the city council as is, and we can come back and consider outdoor storage, at a later time.
I'll second.
Motion by Commissioner Arbogast, second by Commissioner Lloyd. Fred, your vote.
I approve.
Okay,
As long as we're gonna come back to the non-food.
okay. Yes,
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Zager, I come back to it though.
okay, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Let's just keep going backwards. How about open space though?
We're no.
I had a comment. When we discussed, we had a big discussion about golf courses, and I thought we were going to leave golf courses in open space for now. And this says we took golf courses out. My concern is if we take golf courses out, does open space, then that space is not necessarily committed to be open space. Does that open up the door to close a golf course and develop it into a bunch of other houses or condominiums and such? And I think, I don't know, that why we would, I don't think we have a lot of space to put a bunch more golf courses. I don't think we have a big concern about golf course, more expansion into more golf courses.
So I think we could settle that with this. It wasn't, I think, a misplaced. I think because I read that you kept it or you added it to shoreland, and I don't think that was the intent. So I think it doesn't belong in shoreland, but it does belong in open space. And I think it's just a correction.
What are the existing golf courses that we have?
Oh,
Yeah, they're in open space.
Yes, that's all open space then.
So part of that is that my understanding is that allows. So instead of dedicating that to, let's say, parks or agricultural land, we're saying a developer could use that to justify their open space requirement by putting a golf course, which is putting for their private club or whatever. And you guys, my argument essentially was that that's not actually helpful in public. In theory, open spaces to have some public benefit.
Correct, I think it's also to have green space, and it is green space, it is, but.
One other thing about that too is that according to the health department, one of our biggest risks to our aquifer is actually over application of nitrogen on turf, which golf courses are a large space of turf, which takes a lot of fertilizer. So that's why my argument was against it.
Okay, I didn't recall that, but then we probably don't want to put shorelands for that same reason.
Definitely should be in shoreline. I have a, may I make another comment?
Sure.
Okay, actually, when we talked with Brian Cowan at the health department, he said that the biggest problem with nitrates is often agriculture is who gets blamed for nitrates. And he said the biggest problem for nitrates with fertilizer is not agriculture and really not golf courses either. It's individual homeowners who are fertilizing their own yards, and they hire a company to come in and fertilize their yard, and the company says, oh yeah, we need to package, we need to come out 4 times a year to do this at this time and that at that time. And he said farmers are one of the least problematic with regard to nitrates because fertilizer is expensive and they're very mindful of that. And he said golf courses are almost as much the same because it is expensive to put that much fertilizer on. So they are more mindful of that, and the individual homeowners were the primary problem with nitrates, and that can actually provide more nitrates than a septic system could ever provide. And so he said that's way worse than even some of the septic. Okay.
Let's go down the line. Commissioner Zender, do you have comments from
Specifically about
golf
so
courses?
just in general for of the zone, any other feedback before we move this forward?
I have mixed feelings about it. Because I kind of like open space. I want it to just be open space. But I'm going to leave. I don't know. Go to the next person. Let me keep pondering.
I would prefer to take golf courses out. That's my only flaw here. And I just want to point out, technically, it's actually already permitted in the draft I see currently.
Yeah, it's permitted in the draft, you see, so maybe it's an error, as Angela thought.
Yeah, I think it was the narrative then that maybe was the golf driving range was excluded. So yeah, I don't know why you would exclude a range, but allow the golf course. Okay, so Commissioner Schaefer.
I'm good, leave it as is.
Okay.
If the golf course is that way.
Well, it's technically in.
Yeah. I'm good to leave it in.
Okay, I'm good to leave golf courses in. I think that's.
I'm good.
And I would actually keep driving range. I don't know why we would exclude the driving range.
Where is driving me? Do that.
Yeah.
I'm on chapter 4 and 5.
Under conditional uses.
For 26.3, it's the top of page 2.
Fred is trying to get a comment.
Go ahead, Fred.
In regards to a driving range, you really can't have a golf course without a driving range. It's just, it's non-functional. And the other comment I would say is that, I mean, golf courses are open space. There's just uses going on them. Our only golf course in the valley is in zoned open space. And I think we want it to stay like that. We don't, we change that zoning and they could say, well, okay, I got to take the golf course out and do something else, like put houses in that area. And we could have a tussle with that. So I think it should stay in. We don't have enough other open space in the valley where you could put another golf course in anyway. So I think this is a lot of talk about nothing, frankly.
Oh, I have a question for Fred. So Fred, considering the current situation with the water and the golf course and the water company, I mean, is it even feasible to think about building another golf course in the valley?
No, yeah, no, absolutely not. I mean, the golf course right now, Wolf Creek Golf Course, the front nine, which is the area below the retreat and trappers and all, is irrigated by treated effluent reuse water, and the back nine will be too if the developers and the water district come to an agreement on their issues. It'd be all irrigated by reuse water, which is wonderful. That's a wonderful way to conserve potable water by not using it for irrigation, and it's a wonderful way to get rid of treated effluent on an agricultural area, if you will, or landscaped area that's going to uptake any leftover nutrients in that treated effluent. So I think we should view that as something as very positive.
Thank you. I have a question for staff. There's a clause that says land set aside through conservation easement counted toward open space preservation must remain available for agricultural production, habitat conservation, or public use. Private and or commercial recreation uses shall not be allowed. So what I understand to be private or conservation easements, or sometimes people own a large plot of land, they come into an agreement with a land trust, it's still their private property and then private use of it, do they not?
They can.
So then, does this not apply?
Well, the language states that if a conservation easement is in place, then agricultural production, habitat conservation, and or public use must be one of the allowed activities under the easement.
But no private use. So if I want to put my land in a conservation easement, I have to.
That's true. That's a good point, because you wouldn't have public agricultural production. You would have I guess my
I don't want to
my guess that the intent of this is to prevent the land from being
A neighborhood.
entirely entirely restricted to private use only.
But why not? It's open space, that's what we're after. If it's for wildlife and it's a private lot, why would we want to encourage people to do that anyway?
Yeah, that's a good question.
We don't necessarily need people there to make it valid. So I think the rest of this sounds fine, but maybe just strike that last sentence.
Well, I don't think commercial recreation should be
Right.
allowed.
Shall not be allowed, it says.
Is golf a commercial recreation?
Well, it is,
Yeah.
it's not,
So, but they're talking
This is-
about
yeah,
setting,
this is specific to the
it's up to
conservation.
the agreement within the each right?
Golf course. Yeah.
So, is it okay to?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Sharon.
The golf courses, for years, the golf courses also used kids sled there in the winter, people cross-country ski out there in the winter. There are groups, of which I am one, that meet and walk our dogs on the golf course before they open for golf or before it's open in general for business. So the golf course is available for public community use. Certainly not while people are golfing, and get hit by a golf ball, but I think there is a community use for the golf courses. We do that all the time.
Is it allowed by the golf course?
Yeah.
Okay. I was curious. Well, there are some golf courses that are like, no.
It is never, it is never, yeah, it's.
Okay, I was just curious. Okay.
I might throw out a motion,
Okay.
that we, I move.
Oh, you're chairing. Oh, dang it. I'll take over as chair. Can you change that? I'm gonna take over as chair because you have a motion in your mind that you should make. I'm taking over as chair.
I see control as chair.
Okay,
May I make a motion?
please make a motion.
Okay, that we forward open space zone to city council. Based on the draft in front of us with the following modifications. That we allow driving ranges as a permitted use. And that
Is that in
in conjunction with the golf course.
It's top golf.
And that on the topic of conservation easements, that we strike the sentence that states private and or commercial recreation uses shall not be allowed.
I'll second it.
Okay, let's take a call, for a vote, all in favor? Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No, I think that was.
I was,
Lloyd, oh, yeah, okay, Lloyd was a nay, and
I just still don't think.
it's one golf courses.
I don't like golf courses.
Okay, I cede, my seat back to Angela as chair for the rest of the meeting, unless there's any.
Motion passes. All right, so we go, let's keep going backward. That's what we do.
Still allowing golf courses.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we are still allowing.
And driving ranges in conjunction with golf course. Okay, and then shoreline, we're just gonna work our way back up to this. The shoreline zone, there were no public comments. The animal units need to be updated. To be compatible, I think FB3 were our kind of model, is that correct? Do you remember, Tyson?
Sorry, go ahead. Which one?
Shoreline.
We're looking at shoreline, but in terms of animal units, I think FB3 was the one that we got it. Right in, and then we're trying to just duplicate that throughout their references to.
I think whatever we do, Councilman Hickman's gonna change with act, because I think they modified it.
They removed the table.
Yeah, they removed the table. So. I guess I don't know how much it matters what we do, because I think they're gonna change it, and I'm not saying this facetiously, I think they're gonna change it so it's congruent on all the places. On all the different zones,
Okay,
and so I guess I wouldn't get too caught up on the wording
Okay.
because they're gonna change it.
so we support the idea of creating consistent language regarding animal units, okay? There's something in here about building height. At 25 feet unless approved through conditional use review. I'm not aware of building height exceptions through conditional use. Reviews.
Yeah,
and our
that's
ordinance.
I would say let's just say 25 feet. That's enough. That's
Do you see where that?
That's 2 stories in an attic.
Well, it's just not the right process.
Right,
More than
I
anything.
agree.
Where that text, I should have wrote page number, but there were no page numbers. Yeah, okay, is it here? Right there. Yep. I don't think that applies.
Yeah, we could only approve a building height through conditional use if the building itself was a conditional use.
Okay,
Yeah, so
so they can strike that line. Okay,
Yeah, and unless we can clarify to determine which conditional uses it's going to apply to.
okay,
Tell me where you are, please.
I'm looking at page 7 on the, of 19 on the.
Got it.
and then I think, can you double check for me if golf courses were permitted here? I think it was listed as permitted, but I think we want it non-permitted, just to double check.
Yeah,
Golf course, it is permitted.
it was, but it's struck out, right?
It's, yeah, the copy I have has been struck out as a non-permitted use here.
Okay,
Okay.
I'll get that, great, okay, Let's start, Fred, do you have any comments, additional things to add to shoreline?
No, I don't.
All right, so Commissioner Zanger at that end,
I'm good with it the way it is.
Commissioner Lloyd.
Same.
Same.
One.
Somebody else make a motion.
Commissioner Lloyd, motion to move chapter 104-10 shoreline on to the city council. I'll just add the recommendation that I make the ag language consistent with FV and AB3
And get rid of the conditional use type.
and get rid of the conditional use for the height and take out horses out as it is currently written.
I will second that motion. Paper.
Okay, any discussion further? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously. Excellent. Moving right along. Okay, so now we're back up to design standards. Did we do subdivisions? I think we did. We're gonna start with subdivisions.
We did.
We did. Got that done.
That's why we had the flag conversation.
Yes. All right, I thought that-
Curious, is there a way we could,
Did you think?
I don't know how topic all these items are, can we potentially motion
All of them?
all of them unless someone has, like, we could have an opportunity for someone to bring up any beef they have, and then we could.
Okay,
Instead of,
Let's go through naming them, because we want to be sure that we don't name the ones that were pulled out.
Well, I have them scratched off some then
Okay.
for the ones that are pulled in. Okay.
So,
Let's, well,
just an idea.
yeah, I think there are some comments. I mean, we can, move, let's take them one by one, sorry, I think there are.
there was a significant comment about like the lighting ordinance that we need to address too.
So let's start with architectural landscape. We didn't have any. Architectural landscape ordinance, we didn't have any public comments on that. I wonder if we need to. I might suggest we table this because there were several things that need, I think, to be fleshed out a bit on the plants selection piece and irrigation, and there's a lot there with water wise that we talked about, it should be added, but it's not in here yet.
Yeah.
So, I would like to wait till we see that, but we can certainly talk through it with any other concerns or comments people have. We can go down the line, Commissioner Zanger, do you have any?
well, I mean, I agree, I think there are some things that maybe we haven't addressed specifically. I'm still seeing. I'm good to table it and come back to it.
Commissioner Lloyd, is there anything that jumps out at you that we want to address?
I don't have anything.
What-
Or,
If we table it, what's that doing to our schedule, however? We'll be able to get this done before end of June?
yeah, we have 2 public hearings most likely left.
And we have 3 other items that we had to pull from this agenda too,
Well,
that will go forward onto the next hearing as well, so
we
go
are,
with them.
yeah, we are moving a number of things to a public hearing on May 12th. I think that needs to be our new goal to get, decisions on these documents made. So we refer them.
Yeah, let's look at specific things that need to be incorporated, so it's not complete. But we've already had a public hearing on it, so we could talk about this on May 4th.
Right, you could add it to
Yeah.
the next week's meeting and act on it then.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's,
I'm good with that.
Me too.
I'm good with that.
any issues you want brought up, talked about, the direction for staff? When they come back to us? Commissioner Morgan? Commissioner Blickley, anything you want?
Yeah, well,
Clarify?
there were a couple good comments in the material that Brian sent around that he received on lighting that I thought both the comments by Mr. Gleason and another lady, I can't think of her name right now, that had submitted, that I think we ought to consider. And then another gentleman submitted, comments about building height that seemed to make a lot of sense too.
Yeah, so at the moment, we're talking about architectural, design and landscape standards, so if there's nothing there, I had a couple of things to give direction to staff on with that. We'll talk about lighting upcoming, in those comments, so. A general comment throughout the design standards, we've added the word agritourism. And I think in light of our last meeting discussion that that's still a vague term that we haven't yet pinned down and defined. I personally would like to propose that we remove that for now. We keep all the agricultural stuff, but the word agritourism, I'm hesitant to put that in an ordinance without having a clear definition of what we're allowing with that and all of these design standards. So that would be one recommendation. And then
If we take it out though, is it going to alter meaning of what
no,
it
it usually says agriculture and agritourism. So I think agriculture is kind of the big bucket.
Okay.
That could still cover a lot of the things that we're trying to promote and protect in agriculture while we work on the agritourism. And then once we have that defined, we can go back and reinsert where appropriate would be my suggestion. Let's see. Under minimum standards, landscaping requirements should be based on a portion of the site occupied by buildings, parking areas, access drives, and associated site improvement. To me, that's the opposite. We're landscaping everything but that. So I don't understand why that clause is included. And I'm not sure what page, minimum standards.
Are you on
board?
landscape area, page 2?
Page 4.
Nope, under there, so if you scroll down.
It's
to-
10825.
Right. Let's see.
Are you looking at minimum landscape area?
Landscape requirements, yeah.
Minimum standards and guidelines for general landscape.
Yes, maybe it's.
So for me, it's on the bottom, starts in the bottom of page 2 they're not page numbered, so I'm looking at the PDF number that moves as you scroll down.
It's under minimum standards for lands.
But here,
What's the subject subsection number?
Is it one?
I'm looking at 108-2-5.
Yeah.
No,
The verbiage, I guess if you searched. Parking areas. It first says landscaping. Are calculated based only on the portion of the site. Right there.
yeah, that's what I've got here. Sites should have a minimum of 20% of the developed portion of the land of the site landscape.
No.
No,
Okay, then we're looking at something different.
yeah.
Right there, okay, right above the red. Will be calculated based on the portion of the site occupied by buildings, parking areas, drives, and site improvements. Isn't it calculated
Landscaping
on a lot? As a percent of,
I think the goal there, I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Was, I think it is a typo, but instead of saying the entire lot, instead it would be percentage landscape, the percentage of like the building area, so not just where you have the developed area, so let's just say you had 5 buildings scattered out across 3 acres, that would be your building area. Instead of if you had a 5-acre lot and a huge chunk of it was still open space. Let's say that 20% of the entire lot had to be landscaped would be.
but it does account for native landscape and natural landscapes and Turkey, right?
Okay.
So you can leave it alone and it's still landscaped, I believe.
Is it?
Not truly landscaped.
Do you recall, Brian, it's called weeds?
They don't recall any natural habitat.
It was.
Natural growth being considered.
I thought we put something in on zero speed.
Well, but if it's
Yeah, that,
unmanicured, if it's just left natural, that makes.
still grass and valley road.
Yeah.
I mean, we're promoting the use of natural materials, so I think the question is if we're leaving a percentage of the property undeveloped and in a natural state, does that count as landscaping? I don't think the ordinance says that.
Because people might say weeds are natural. Weeds.
I let it's been disturbed, but I haven't, it's naturally regrown. I haven't, I don't know if that counts in something.
So, yeah, I'm just not sure if we want this.
Well, and then there are fire issues, if we've
What's
got
that, Fred?
fire issues.
I think it should. I think natural revegetated portion should be included in that landscaped percentage.
But
Right, with that.
remember, these conditions only apply to commercial, multifamily and industrial parcels. This is not residential landscaping.
Oh, okay, all right.
Sorry, Fred, but
Go ahead, Terry.
I think that needs to be in the title. I think it's very confusing. Because I look at architectural landscape and screening design standards and I'm automatically thinking it's valley-wide. Or it's residential. I think it needs to, even in the title.
Anywhere.
I don't know, maybe that makes the title too long, but somewhere either purpose and intent. Or maybe at the very beginning of purpose, you state. These standards only apply to commercial, industrial, and multifamily residential. Right off the bat.
Yeah, I like that.
So under section 8-2-1, purpose and intent. The first paragraph is to, preserve the natural rural landscape that exists and accommodate new growth. And then the next sentence is to provide for that should be multifamily. Typo there, but multifamily, commercial, and somebody struck industrial development that is aesthetically pleasing. So
It's there, but it's kind of like a little too buried.
okay, do you have any?
Well, I don't know, why does that accommodate new growth? I don't understand how architectural landscape.
It provides standards so that new growth in commercial and other uses.
It's not the growth of the plant.
It's not.
It's the growth.
No, I
of
know.
Okay.
I don't see how landscaping accommodates new growth in commercial uses. Connect those for me. I mean, okay, what if you did rural natural landscape that exists in
This, I think that's
industrial,
enough.
commercial, industrial, and multifamily residential areas.
There we go.
Well, we don't have industrial, but then that's.
Yeah, and
I'm just looking over at Brian's note onto the side.
in commercial multifamily residential, or, the three areas that you said, Brian.
And maybe we can solve it by, under definitions of landscaping. It says means improvements made to enhance the appearance of land by planting, grading, and outdoor constructions. Planting materials shall include, but not limited to, grass, perennials, herbs, ground cover, shrubs, vine, wood, ground cover, perennial, those kind of qualify as native. Or we could add here, native herbs.
Sorry, you're talking about two different things. How can we revise the intent here to be very direct about
The purpose and
these
intent.
are not single family dwelling design standards.
Is to preserve blah blah blah.
One, I see it, there's there's a typo in the first specific purpose, provide for mullet family.
Yeah.
But I mean, if it's,
I fixed it.
oh, okay, I can.
Mullet families, well, maybe mullet families.
Well, I know, but does that,
Families?
does that tell us where that
Many families.
Brian, what about natural landscapes that exist in OVC, commercial and multifamily areas? Or developments,
Or how about
projects,
How about
or
all zones other than single family?
all, yeah.
No, because these apply to uses that are not residential in all the zones. So
That exist in the. That exists, natural landscape for commercial, industrial and multifamily residential zones.
We don't have industrial areas, so.
I'm just looking at Brian's notes, sorry, he included industrial.
Sorry, I'm looking at my version is.
So it would basically be then commercial and multifamily residential. Just those two?
we can apply it to commercial, well, I would apply it to manufacturing as well, because it's, you know.
Everything
one of the
except
issues that
single
we
family.
talk about is screening
Okay.
uses, and we need to have architectural and
Okay, so-
standards for manufacturing.
So what we said, everything except, in all areas except single family dwellings.
I don't know.
Yeah, it would apply. Commercial. Multi. Family.
Well, whatever he's doing, it's not showing up on it, so.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm messing with one copy.
Oh,
That's-
okay.
You can see it on.
Okay.
We have industrial uses stricken here, should we call it, say, light manufacturing?
Yeah,
Manufacturing uses,
Manufacturing, yeah.
Yeah, manufacturing.
Okay.
Okay,
What about multi-use?
Mixed use,
Mixed
also
use.
commercial is kind of the mixed use zone, sure.
But do we have to specify that if he said we're, or does commercial cover mixed use, is that gonna cover mixed use?
mixed use is typically commercial and multifamily.
yeah,
So.
I think,
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
okay, thank you.
So can I jump in with the landscaping native piece? Would it be simpler just to plug it into the landscaping definition? And just include native undisturbed vegetation or something is included in the tag and landscaping?
Landscape required.
Do we
But
have a definition for native?
Well, I think that's kind of a general,
Yeah,
I don't know, Tyson, would that suffice to what you were trying to add?
Where are we at again?
Right there.
One.
108-2-5.
So, I guess you added that blue line, right?
I need to get fire from my. What's the other one to?
Right above the red lines that
Yeah.
we were,
one, two, oh, I just passed it.
because your intent was to not make somebody scrape the whole lot if they could keep
Correct.
some native area. So either we reword this or we just change the definition of landscaped.
So what do you want to put in there?
Well, I think if we modify the definition of landscaping to include native undisturbed vegetation. Does that meet the intent that you're trying to do?
Yeah, I mean, essentially it's. Again, the idea, let's just say that someone who develops half of the parcel, they shouldn't have to suddenly have to landscape a bunch of stuff that's just. Native for a sign or food.
Yeah.
But
So-
yeah, could we put in something in there about non-invasive though, or you could have stars where you justify.
everywhere.
There is, but it doesn't mean that you can.
I mean, everything up.
No, we're already, but they're also not doing
Don't we already have something about?
Right, municipal code about weeds.
So you would like to keep, because I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, site shall have a minimum of 20% of total area land if the site is in the planning area, a minimum of whatever. I'm just.
Of living plant materials, yeah.
Yeah.
And keep that, but then clarify the definition of landscaping in the beginning to include native undisturbed.
How do you find it? I don't know how I would communicate that to Brian, but.
I would say undisturbed native plants. Or undisturbed native ground.
So I think the only thing that we need to be, do we need to be mindful of fire hazard if it's just like grass growing and drying out? Do we need to, is that something that you need to say with that, know it, so it's a fire hazard?
I do think that that then goes into the state's law about.
Right,
So then they would.
maybe that covers it, maybe that takes care of it.
That could be one. Yeah.
Brian, do you have any thoughts on that?
Trying to remember where it's at, wildfire.
There is something that passed me on, where the wildfire.
Wildfire risk areas. I don't think we have different landscaping requirements.
I don't know if it's different landscape, but it's like there's setbacks from certain types of vegetation.
So there are the clear defense zones, 30-foot clear zones, that are required around houses. Under the wildland urban interface code. That the city has adopted. But those are for residences, single and for. I don't think they apply to businesses.
Okay, maybe we can, if we're gonna table this, maybe we could just work on that offline a little bit between those comments. And so, and I wanted to get some more information in here about turf grass restrictions, about recommended tree species for street trees that are compatible with sidewalks and.
I got a list for that, I apologize, it didn't get included.
So let's, if anybody wants to move the table and have him come back with the corrections that we talked about.
I will make a motion that we table the 108 to. So that we can give the planner a chance to finish putting all the changes into the ordinance and we can review that was recommended. And we can review that before we make a final motion to move it on.
All this in favor?
We need a second.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, all those in favor?
I'm.
Okay, thank you. Motion passed unanimously. Given that we have public comment on outdoor lighting, I think it would be great to address that one next. So. Let's see, hold up. All right, couple of great, some good feedback on that, from comments that were sent ahead of time. Everybody had a chance to look at those.
Yeah.
And then Fred, you had some comments you wanted to share about lighting?
He was also calling about the comments.
Yeah, sorry, was somebody else talking? Okay, Mr. Gleason sent comments in regarding the changes we would make would potentially give commercial another 10 years to comply with the standards, and I think their compliance period ends in August of 27 or sometime in 27.
Yeah,
in
it does.
accordance with the counties, what was in the ordinance with the county. So I think, and the question would be, should we extend that a little more, but certainly not 10 years. Personally, think they've had plenty of time to think about this. It's not a change to keep it as the 2027 sunset date, if you will, no pun intended, to comply with the lighting ordinance. So I would suggest we adopt Mr. Gleason's suggestion and edit the lighting ordinance accordingly. And then secondly, there were comments submitted by
So Brad,
He's looking up
What?
the,
yeah, let me just finish. I got it now. Leslie Lowful, who is on the dark sky committee, I know, and she sent in some suggestions regarding lumens requirements and wording on outdoor lighting use, when it should not be used in use. And I think we ought to look at those and pull those in too.
okay. How about you, Commissioner Morgan?
Actually, it's colored temperature, I think, not
3,000
lumens. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Pulling some of those dates in, I think that, it just gives them so much additional time. Right, Fred?
Yeah, that's right.
No,
Yeah, so we got to make that change, otherwise they're going to have another, 10 years or 11 years, and I don't think that was our intent.
She also had a correction on 108-63 definition. Which I can't believe I didn't see, but we talked about light, change it to, let's see. That below and above should be reversed here. 108-63. Showed fixture, fully showed fixture installed so that no direct illumination occurs. It says below, but that should say above. The horizontal plane of the light fixture.
let's see, did I find it?
I already did. It's in definitions that were added. That might have been copied over elsewhere. And I agree, I think 2000K is still a warm enough light. I don't see a problem with that. And
Is that right, Angela? I mean, no direct illumination occurs above the horizontal plane. Isn't that exactly where you want it to occur? I'm sure Leslie knows what she's talking about, but
in the definition, it says no illumination below.
We just need to correct it.
So it just,
but if it's
Wrong.
above, that isn't that where it occurs? I mean, you have the horizontal plane of the fixture, and then the light bulb's above that horizontal plane, isn't it?
you want to limit illumination coming out the top of the fixture.
The top of the fixture. Okay, so it means that it's got to have a top on it, or
Yeah, they're shielded.
fully shielded fixture. Okay, all right.
And I guess we have different lumens for motion sensors, which I didn't have.
It's an angle. It's not
Yes.
horizontal, it's an angle. It's nice, so it's
The box of
so
the
the
fixture.
distance from where you are out to the property line, it cannot cross that elevator. So it's an angle that comes down based on the distance out.
So does that, if we change that wording, does that make it sort of?
No, so it's
Because it says
horizontal.
horizontal.
Shielded.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, that's right.
Of the fixture, not of. Yeah. Okay, and then I think those were the main things that. I thought we did have a, Commissioner Schaefer, thoughts?
Yeah.
You good? I'm good. I'm good. Sure, wait.
That's good.
Yes, not only is this the dark sky specification, so you can reference that, it shows you what you can do with this.
Anything, Commissioner Zanger?
Yeah, I liked her suggestion for section 108-16-4. I liked her wording, all outdoor lighting shall be turned off when not in use. And not left on between 10 and 6. We just put on past 10 p.m.
Right, we need to give a time frame probably.
Yeah, it just needs to be more specific. I thought that's a good suggestion.
Yeah, so we can have a second.
Yeah, I think we've talked about that. We just need to make sure it's in the ordinance.
I think if you made the motion, we could be sure.
Well, I want to go back up to Ron Gleason in his second thing.
Get in the modify the dates so that what we changed with what Ron talked about.
Yeah.
Was having buildings before the certain date. Did we?
We had that in there. I think he said, yeah, I like that.
Okay.
That's what I think was in
Okay.
response to that.
Okay.
Okay, so sorry, I was involved in a little side conversation. What was the decision on,
Outdoor lighting.
requiring replacement of non-conforming lights?
I think
Okay,
it's 5 years.
5 years instead of 10?
Seems reasonable.
really?
They've
I think they've had
When
8
did you make
years.
the decision?
They've already had that. We have.
They've had 8 years.
Right, but Ron Gleason says here, the county did no education or awareness to commercial building owners forcing the 127, the 827 could be considered a hardship, so he says he can see doing an additional 3 to 5 years for compliance.
Okay.
Hey,
I
we
don't
don't
see
see
it doing additional time. I think 2 years, even 2 years is fine.
Yeah, I would even say they still have a year. They have to August 27, so that's still a full year.
And if the education needs to be done,
Over
maybe
to that date.
we do
And
the.
they've known about it this whole time. It's not like this is a change.
Yeah,
That's when they
that's-
always were supposed to comply with it. So I say we leave it as August 1, 2027.
I agree.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, did we get any complaints about that?
No,
No.
Okay, well, let's leave it as August 1, 2027.
So,
All right, any other concerns?
Did we reconcile the above and below
Yes.
we did.
issue and then, okay.
I'm gonna try it.
Do it.
Commissioner Zanger makes a motion to move forward. Section 108-16 outdoor lighting with following changes. That we change the dating on and the wording to be commercial building that were built prior to August 1st, 2017 must still come into compliance by August 1st, 2027. Let me add, that would be added to 108-16-8. And that we make changes. That we make a correction on section 108-16-4. That says all outdoor lighting shall be turned off when not in use and shall not be left on between 8 p.m. and 6 a.m.
10 p.m.
10 p.m.
10 p.m.
Sorry.
We said 10 p.m.
Yeah, sorry. Left on between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m.
Left turned off.
Turned off.
Shall not be left
Shall
out.
not be left on between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. This is a community effort here. That we make a correction in section 108-16-3. That it reads, direct illumination occurs above the horizontal plane of the light fixture.
No. That has to be changed to below.
No, it's
No.
no direct
No
illumination
direct-
occurs above.
Okay, got it. Okay, I didn't hear the no.
Okay. And that we. What was it?
13 or 3,000 Kelvin, 3,000 Kelvin allowed up to 3,000.
And that we allow up to 3,000 kelvins. Where though?
That's the temperature.
It's under
It's warm.
16-4.
Okay, you know where to add that?
We addressed, did we address gas lit lamps? Gas lit lights? That was, it's in here somewhere, and there are. On my street, somebody has actual gas lit lamps.
Mhm.
And there's something in here because of the heat that they emanate, they aren't required to be covered. And so they are huge bright beacons. I think we should allow those. They're,
Okay, well,
so.
how would that have been my motion?
I know, sorry. Sorry.
Did you finish your motion?
Do you know where the fossil fuel lit lamp?
I'll look while she finishes the motion and then I'll add in a comment. I'm sorry. My.
I think I'm done.
There was another comment from Ms. Lovell about motion activated security lights and why the
Is it further out?
Where is that?
I'm not seeing it. Oh, I have a question on the section.
Oh, yeah, it allows.
section 8.16.6.
Yeah, we don't need that.
I
Well,
will add my motion.
She had questions
Too
about
much.
why are there exemptions for motion sensor lights?
Okay, we've had
But-
lots of discussion in the middle of this.
I know.
Right,
I withdraw,
withdrawing the
Commissioner
motion.
Sanger withdraws from motion.
Okay.
Yes, I think that 5,000 should be 3,000 as well, right?
It's why I said it's community effort.
Kelvins?
5,000?
It says 5,000 with that
On what page are you on?
on the motion sensor, 108 16.6 sections.
16.
Your motion control light source. It allows. it to
2,700 degree Kelvin.
The color temperature of the light does not exceed 5,000. Yeah, typically motion or security lights, motion sensor motion activated lights. Have a brighter or a higher temperature because of their nature as a security light to provide a greater degree of visibility. And where they're temporary is they're supposed to turn off after the motion goes away. That's why they're given exception.
I'm fine with that.
It's maybe a challenge to find. I don't know, I haven't looked into this, but it may be a consideration as to how easy it is to get motion activated lights with a lower Kelvin
Thank you for the explanation.
light bulb.
I bet Carrie's gonna, I think she's ready for her motion.
Well, what about the,
I'm still looking for the exemption on the fossil fuel light.
I don't know if I
And
can
here
hear
it
it
is,
as well.
under 108-16-6, fossil fuel light produced directly by the combustion of natural gas or other fossil type fuels are exempt from all the requirements of this chapter. I would like to remove fossil fuel lighting. It is so bright and it is so hot.
It is a little glaring, but
It's so bright. I mean, it is so bright.
Lisa, wasn't Commissioner Zanger in the middle of a motion though?
Oh, she withdrew.
She withdrew it.
you got to.
Okay.
I'd be in favor of removing fossil fuel lighting.
Tell me where that is again, Lisa.
Section 108-16-6 exemptions.
Okay.
If you go down, there's agricultural lighting, lighting for federal and state flag lighting, federal and state facilities lighting, and then fossil fuel lighting.
Okay.
Do they have an open flame?
Yeah. Inside,
Well,
it's in class. It's enclosed in there.
Would they get some of the fireplace?
I don't know, but it's clearly there, and I have, there's one on my street
Yeah.
with 2 lamps, and they're beautiful lamps, but they are so incredibly bright and hot.
Okay.
Do we take that out? Do we take it out?
I've got it. I'm on it.
Should we just say they're forgiven?
Are we?
She's gonna try to get her ready.
Okay.
Yes, she's gonna do this.
Commissioner Zanger moves to move forward. Section 108-16 outdoor lighting with the following changes. Section 108-16(8) that we change the wording that commercial buildings that were built prior to August 1st, 2017 must still come into compliance by August 1st, 2027. Section 108-16-6, under exemptions, that we remove fossil fuel as an allowed lighting source.
Well, as an.
Section 108-16-4, that we add all outdoor lighting shall be turned off when not in use and shall not be left on between 10 p.m. and we add and 6 a.m. That we allow 3,000 degree Kelvins. Did I get that right? In section 108-16-3 under definitions, fully shielded fixture, that direct illumination occurs above the horizontal plane.
No.
Yes, that no light.
That no direct illumination occurs above the horizontal plane. All right.
The only one left is the motion activated security light.
We're gonna leave that alone.
We're gonna leave that one.
If there's a second, then we allow for additional discussion. I have.
2,700 Kelvin are readily available for this, by the way.
Do we have a second?
Wait, so you're not including the color temperature of light source for these motion sensor lights? And why is that?
Can we be having this discussion?
Wait, finish the motion, and I'll open up for discussion. That's okay.
All right.
I seconded it.
Aaron seconded, so motion by Commissioner Zanger, second by Commissioner Schaefer, and now I open it for discussion.
I have a comment that actually found the fossil fuel lighting. The motion included removing it as an exemption. I would also suggest right up above where it says prohibited lighting, that then we add fossil fuel lighting to the list of prohibited lighting, outdoor lighting.
Do you accept that modification? Yes, you made the motion.
Yes, I accept that modification.
Just a second, acceptance.
I do accept that modification.
Okay,
Now, Fred, now you're.
And Fred, what were you saying?
My question was including the color temperature limit of 2,700 degrees Kelvin on the motion sensor lights. Why don't we include that too?
So Brian explained that it's because they're not an ongoing light source and they he feels that there's not a lot of supply of.
Well, that's speculation.
But they're prominently put in for security reasons.
But it's a security issue, that's why the
Force
numbers.
brightness
Better.
short distance basis. Okay.
And
That's
then,
why-
and then secondly, how about the comment on flashing, blinking, intermittent lights between, for holiday lighting? And prohibiting that.
For a certain time period that don't conflict with migratory bird seasons.
So there is a quick Amazon search, you can get motion sensor lighting at 2,700.
All right. Then would you consider an amendment to your motion to lower the Kelvin to 3,000 to be consistent with our other
You mean to lower it to 2,700?
No, to 3,000. Oh, that's fine, to be consistent with the other limits.
Yes, and I'm good with that change.
Okay, so approve this.
We're adding to the motion that the motion activated security lights should be 3,000 kelvins instead of 5,000.
Correct. That's it.
Just making sure.
Maximum.
Yeah.
3,000.
Good, because I'm not sure.
Okay, any other thoughts or discussion, Fred, before we try to vote?
Yeah, what, how about the flashing light issue?
And what was the concern about this?
I don't remember seeing that.
I mean, there's seasonal lights that people have.
She said I strongly support this. So
She said it's especially important for lights to be out during peak migration periods. And then she also talked about prohibiting flashing, blinking, intermittent lights that give more, or give the impression of movement, not including holiday lighting between.
but
Is that in there? I guess that's in there. She supports this ban, right?
thumbs up.
Fred, if you look under prohibited lighting, letter C, it says flashing, blinking, intermittent or other lights that move or give the impression of movement, but not including holiday lighting between November 15th and January 15th is prohibited.
And she says she supports that ban. So I think we've got that one covered, right?
Thanks for checking it, Fred.
Okay.
Okay, have a motion and a second, and we've discussed it at length, and I'll take a vote. Commissioner Zinger,
Aye.
Commissioner Lloyd.
Aye.
Schaefer.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye, Commissioner Dean and Commissioner Morgan
Aye.
and Commissioner Whitley.
Aye.
Yay, passed unanimously. Thank you, everyone. So do you want to talk about cluster subdivisions next, or do you want to get to that? I don't think we had any, yeah, that one wasn't too complicated, the thing.
Which one?
Cluster subdivisions?
Yeah.
Well, there were no public comments at all.
Yeah.
But conditional uses, there were some comments.
Two clusters then.
Because.
Okay, let's see.
We did change a lot in cluster subdivisions. There's a little bit of language that Tyson added on protecting irrigation access in open space, dedicated open space.
The exception I had on that piece was, I think, agricultural structures were excluded from open space requirements, and I don't know why, I mean, that to me is not open space then, right? Where.
Wrong from the concerns.
Page, yeah.
Yeah, 108, almost is, it, there might be just in the summary though, 108-3-5. Irrigation protection.
No, it had to do with structures. So nothing in this section shall prohibit agricultural uses, agricultural structures, irrigation, conservation improvement. So I agree with all of those except agricultural structures. Space, I guess. Can you explain why that would be?
I'm hearing the concern, I just can't read right.
I'm wondering if that means like head dates. Density to preserve open space, that was considered.
Yeah.
Things, if that is, it has head gates and.
But that, I don't.
Things.
I know they are.
But there are also sometimes like tanks that wait on water.
If you, I don't need.
A couple of places where it allows structures. It says buildings, agricultural buildings to.
Open space preservation surely says. So. So the whole idea of cluster subdivisions, sorry, I got caught now, is you're trying to preserve a piece of land to make it open space, right, useful. In this case, it's like preserved for agriculture land. You want it to be able to be used by agriculture, which may include using it for barns or what have you. So the idea of you having a cluster subdivision where you cluster, say 5 houses on a, what would it be, that 15-acre parcel, you put them all on 1 acre and you preserve the rest for agriculture. You want to preserve the things that are gonna allow agriculture to occur.
Okay.
So that was the logic behind all
Yeah, I think, maybe we can tweak the wording, but I worry about the barn dominiums popping up, right? Because if we can explicitly say just the building can only house agricultural
And no,
uses, because you got agriculture.
no human habitation.
Apartment.
that. I think that falls under the definitions though. I think agriculture building is a part of the definition. I understand the ultimate that would be an illegal structure in any case. So the cluster subdivision allowed for homes, the homes would have to be clustered. And the rest of the space would have to be open space. It shouldn't allow for other residents.
A barn dominiums. They would be able, they would allow though, it seems, they would be allowed to each have an ADU according to the new state law. But that would have to be within their parcel
Correct.
space.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I understand you can't really function without the facilities, so,
So
okay.
you're thinking more like storage of equipment or,
Or a shelter for your animals.
okay.
Got it. Okay, that's fine then. And then page 21, there's still language in there about bonus density, even though the heading is removed, so I just wanna make sure that's just all stricken out of there, please.
It's 41.
Page 21, I don't think go to 18.
Yeah, I only got 18.
Maybe it's a PDF page 21.
I've got PDF, I've got 23 pages in the PDF. So I don't have any page numbers, sorry guys.
Let's see, is that where?
When you're on 21.
Just tell me the
Sorry about
section.
that whole section should have been.
And now it's Western Weaver County, or the
Okay.
Ogden Valley plan.
Yeah, it's stricken on mine.
Is it?
Yeah.
I just maybe didn't make it to the PDF.
Yeah, and then,
So down at the bottom, though, it says Ogden Valley Planning Area, a cluster subdivisions shall create no new density entitlements in Ogden Valley. Do we want that left in there?
no, because that's, yeah, it's not relevant.
We don't need it, okay, fine.
And then with regards to HOAs, about not establishing rules about agriculture, do we have the authority to control what HOAs do and don't allow?
Brian?
That's a great question.
It's always been my understanding that you can add to, but you can't take away from. Like, you can make it something more restrictive, but you can't make it less restrictive. So like if the county says you can have 1 horse per acre, you couldn't as an HOA say you can have 10. Right. But you could say you can have 1, so that's none. I was gonna say 1.
But this is, yeah, you know, pass more, like, there are rules about things.
Yeah, I don't think we have, I don't know. I don't know how it applies to HOAs, but I do understand how it applies to.
If the thought process behind it, and I don't know if it could still be flawed, but the thought process was an HOA or someone, they just cluster subdivide. They create another space that is supposed to be agriculture, but then HOA could potentially prohibit agriculture on that.
If the common space is owned by the HOA, then they can decide what activities go in the common space.
Okay, so we.
Even if it starts as agriculture, they can change the ones that are under state law.
Most HOAs preserve green space.
So today,
Not me.
Brad, do you have any other thoughts
Yeah.
to add on cluster
So does
subdivision?
that mean we have to take that out?
I
Okay,
think,
but listen,
No,
Go ahead, Fred.
I said no.
No other thoughts? Is that what you meant?
Yeah, I think Angela asked me if I had any other thoughts, and I said no.
okay, were you gonna say something, Terry?
well, it just says, I just looked up, it says that a city can override HOA. That you can generally override a homeowners association rules. HOA governing documents, CCNRs must comply with local, state, and federal laws. If the rule conflicts with a higher law, the government regulation takes precedence.
That's true. See, the CCNRs don't supersede.
Then I think we can, sounds to me like we can leave that agricultural protection language in, and any new HOA that's already there, they're gonna have to allow it. Well, I'm, it's mine.
Okay,
Yeah, I guess, yeah. You'll.
That's my statutory construction.
Okay, so, anybody wanna make a motion?
I'll motion. Motion to move chapter 108-3 cluster subdivisions forward to the city council.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Lloyd, a second by. Anybody?
Zanger, seconds.
I'm sorry.
I got 2 seconds, I said 2 seconds at first. Gotta be quick around here. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, motion passes unanimously, thank you. I guess I'm good to hang for a couple more.
Yeah, I'm good. My computer isn't, it's gonna die.
The snack lady. I know. Conditional uses, let's get that one going. I think, as I mentioned previously, just throughout, I think that agritourism, you could do a word search on that. I think we're not ready to insert that. And this either, but.
Well, I think that, in my opinion, that's different because this is talking about conditional uses, agritourism is a conditional use, so. To strike it from here entirely. Might be baseless.
Because it won't really, we're not really gonna implement it until we get the definitions anyway.
Yeah, because this is how conditional uses are decided and managed, I would say, not.
Whatever, this is only for conditions. Okay, I can buy that. Any other, Fred, do you have any comments? Conditional uses,
No, I'm good.
Jen,
I'm good.
good, Lisa?
I'm good.
And I'm good, Tyson.
I'm good.
Very good. Motion time.
Did we make any changes?
No?
Okay. Mr. Schaefer?
Oh,
I'm gonna take it.
Make us one easy.
Commissioner Schaefer makes a motion to move conditional uses forward to the city council.
I second it, Lisa. Commissioner
Seconded, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, time chairs.
No public comments, but that shouldn't be any.
Wait, I made a mistake.
Well,
There were some public comments on conditional use. I don't think that this guy named. Or Keswick. Let me see. Sure you can, just don't know how. He's got 18 of what?
You look at the comments.
Okay.
Mr. Keswick's comments.
Cause he had some problems with
2 years for compliance.
yeah,
So.
and I think that's worth looking at.
Let's.
I'm sorry. But that's why we're here.
back to that motion. Commissioner Schaefer rescinds her motion.
I rescind my second. Let's go back.
All in favor?
Yeah, so it doesn't say specifically where it's located in the document, so.
so it's about how long they have to.
Yeah. He said, I do not support the change to 2 years allowed for compliance.
Oh, okay.
In my opinion, the conditions proposed should have to be met prior to a use permit being granted.
Yeah,
Okay.
And I think
agree
that
with
makes sense.
Yeah.
okay, Erin, you're gonna.
Where are we at in this document?
We're on top of page 10.
So this is regarding revocation and expiration, so. This is, I think Mr. Keswick is
Misinterpreting?
partially misinterpreting this. 2 years in order to.
Start something, right?
In order to start something after. Being given the conditional use permit, or, if your permit is revoked. Or suspended. Giving them 2 years to bring it into compliance, is a question, but,
Oh, so it's not that they're leaving it unfinished.
when you, well,
They are.
it can be, if they commit to. Meeting those conditions and then, don't do so. After a certain amount of time, you can revoke the permit.
But what if they
But-
start?
Yeah, well, you have to allow them to start the project. You can't.
Okay.
You can't. Withhold a building permit until they meet all the conditions, because many of the conditions are related to how the site is improved.
Right.
And so you have to give them the permit to proceed going forward. If they fail to meet those conditions, you can revoke the conditional use permit and stop the use.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe we keep it as a year then.
Well,
But
the thing is, with someone who's less affluent, they might get a conditional use permit, but it may take them time to get the funds to get moving on things.
Well, are we talking about all kinds of conditional use permits or just conditional use permits with regard to a building? I mean, we have, if you have a conditional use for something, and one of the conditions is that you respect the noise ordinance or whatever, do you mean the noise ordinance, the dust ordinance, the whatever? Does that mean that if you aren't complying with that conditional use, you have a year to stop the noise?
What this is referring to is essentially, so you apply for a conditional use permit, if you don't make some action towards utilizing that use,
Yeah.
then it gets revoked. Your whole application's moot and you have to start all over again.
And-
That's what this is about.
And
And
how
so-
long do they have 2 years to do
1
that?
year, well, as we passed the motion, it was 2 years, but originally it was 1 year.
Okay, I'm gonna read you from his comments because I think he's hitting something completely different. He says the experience in Nordic Valley is that conditions such as seeding, graded areas, geo-survey prior to grading, landscaping to hide construction required have not been met, and yet work was allowed to continue and expand. In some cases, damages to neighboring properties resulted. It is highly disruptive and unfair to existing neighborhoods to have unsightly construction mess and a risk from runoff and other poorly executed work continue on for years. 2 years is too long. So what is that? That's not what he's talking about there. But that's not about starting the work. He's talking about work that has started, but they haven't met the conditions of the conditional use, and yet the work is not. They've still been allowed to move forward. So is that an enforcement issue?
Yeah.
So can that be addressed in the ordinance?
you can reduce it to 12 months, but yeah, somebody has to.
It's an enforcement
You have to set a deadline, and sometimes the conditional use permit can be issued. Where the conditions are detailed to say you have to have X, Y, and Z in within 8 months of your start of work. Or, you can apply those conditions to the approval. But yeah, I mean, this is an enforcement issue.
But is it also talking about, I mean, some of the things, it's like, okay, you have to grade in order to move forward, but if you didn't mitigate your runoff and you had to do that, is that a condition? Is that a conditional use, or is that not meeting, some of those things sound like they're the conditions that are required for your permitting to move forward, and they were allowed to move forward before inspectors.
Those are SWIP violations, so those are. Violations, so, and I think they're showing action because they're doing work, so it basically resets the clock. Because they're getting permits or inspections or grading, right, so. The issues that they're having there wouldn't be fixed by us changing this time. Right?
Would they?
Sorry.
That's a deer in the headlights one.
I mean, I think his concerns are very legitimate.
Yeah, I
I'd like to figure out how to stop this from happening, because I don't think this is the only project where this has happened.
Sure.
Where they just moved ahead without really having,
If they're not meeting the conditions of the permit, then they need to be called out on it.
okay,
But
so
what, we don't
what
know
I'm
for sure
hearing
what
is-
that permit states, right? I mean,
That's,
we don't know if it's technically a conditional use, it could just be their.
So you're back to enforcement.
But what I'm hearing is that they have 2 years to rectify it. That seems like way too long to me.
Where are you seeing that?
I
It's
don't
not
know
in-
what somebody said.
No, that's what's in the email, that is not what is in the ordinance, it doesn't say they have 2 years.
Well, it was edited to be 2 years.
Right, but it says,
That's an
Still not correct.
expiration date, that's an expiration date for when you start
your work,
building the project. If you
Right.
don't finish it within 2 years, your expiration date
your permit
ends
gets
your
revoked.
your permit for the project.
Okay, so is there anywhere in this ordinance that talks about, once construction has begun and they don't meet the requirements, any kind of a time frame there that something needs to happen to correct it? Does that make sense? I think that's where there's the loophole.
The standards are being to all this mitigation steps.
This is a conditional use permit shall not be revoked except for material violations of applicable conditions. So if they are in violation of their applicable conditions, they could be revoked.
Okay, maybe we need to add a time frame. Yeah, I don't know. So, because,
Sorry,
no, go.
the way it's written currently, as we just passed it, says prior to a revocation, the city shall provide a written notice of violation, allow a reasonable cure period, minimum 30 days unless safety issue, identify specific code or condition violated, allow administrative resolution when feasible. So it's saying at a minimum, they have 30 days to fix the problem. Unless there's like a.
But that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I think he makes right. I think he was right.
Talked in a whole big circle for no reason.
No, we didn't, because what if it hadn't been written that way? Yeah, I wanna make sure that we are.
Okay,
So do we just want to go back to the motion as it's stood?
am I allowed to just reinstate my previous motion? Can I just say that?
No, let's just do it.
Okay.
That was an easy one.
I know.
On,
There you go.
Commissioners, sorry, such a stickler. Commissioner Shaver makes a motion to move conditional uses 108-4 on to the city council for review.
I second that.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, let's go on to timeshares. It's a 1-pager, should be pretty straightforward. I'm not even gonna discuss this much, if everybody wants to.
All right, I will make a motion that we move chapter 108-6 timeshares to move to the city council as is.
I second.
Seconded by Lloyd, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, passed unanimously, thank you. Let's see. Let's go to drinking water, that might be another easy. Some easies. Let me see, drinking water protection. Fred added the surplus stuff. That's just some clarification. Civil items and other just straightforward edits, so Fred, you wanna make a motion on this one?
I think we got some comments from Miranda on this. Did others see those?
I did not.
I did not know, Dallas. Who's Miranda? Miranda Menzies.
What did none of us saw that, so maybe she sent something directly to you.
She's the head of the Bull Creek Water District.
no, I didn't see anything.
I didn't either.
You'll have to share with us, Fred.
I apologize for not getting it to you, I thought I'd included that in the packet.
No, she sent it to the planning at Ogden Valley, Utah.org.
Yeah, that was me.
Oh,
At the Brian thing.
What did you see in her comments, Brad, that you might want to bring up?
well, she's got 8 pages of comments. I think, maybe Brian can pull those up and we can scroll through them.
We'll give ourselves a chance to review those at a later time then and table them for now. Yeah, if you want to forward those to us, we'll just come back to this.
I make a motion that we table chapter 108-18 drinking water source protection until we have a chance to review the public comments and plan to bring it forward in the next public hearing.
Schaefer seconds that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. How about single family dwellings? That will be good, because then people can start building projects.
Which one is that?
Fifteen. There we go. That right there. What was that?
I think, oh, down on the, it's very last one. Very last one, oh, here, right there.
Where are you looking?
I was looking on the, on the city website, on the planning committee, on the documents for tonight.
Subdivision. Yeah, I'm not, again, that's not it. Public hearings.
I'm on the city. Go to, but if it's not there, that's probably too.
Maybe we still,
Yeah, it's all the way dash 50, right?
I don't think it's on the public meeting notice website, so I don't think we can.
Hang on, let's scroll back, let's see. If the letters that I see are SFV.
That's single family dwelling.
That's, isn't that what we were looking for?
Yeah.
But Angela is looking on the state website.
It's on the state website, it is third from the bottom.
There.
Oh, that's okay. Yay, okay, I'm talking about it. So. We had some good discussions on this prior.
This is one that Miranda Menzies had a comment on, I can read it to you, it's pretty short.
Okay.
Her question is. She worries that the deletion of the second kitchen restriction language or registration language may have unintended consequences. That's all she says about
That was
that.
just an elaborate discussion about that was intended to.
And then she is also concerned about how lockout units are being addressed. I think that might have the second kitchen. That would be part of the second kitchen. And as I recall, we're prohibiting lockout.
Yeah.
We're prohibiting lockouts in all zones.
Yeah.
Why are subdivisions and PRUDs excluded from these standards?
What page is that?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Exceptions, is it in the exceptions chapter?
Where are you looking at, Jen?
I'm gonna try and find it.
What's the dash?
I don't know yet, let's see. Let's see that. Oh, yeah, single family, so under section, other standards and requirements.
What's the number? What's the number?
Number 108-15-2.
Okay.
Okay.
And what specifically are you looking at?
I think if all young except for those located within a mobile manufactured camp court or PRUD or those located within non-mobile, non-manufactured home.
Yeah.
PRUD, that part.
Both of those paragraphs exclude those things.
Oh,
PRUDs, don't they follow different
And subdivisions shouldn't be excluded, those are, a lot of times, single family homes, right?
Yeah, most usually they are.
Those are usually under a development.
Yeah.
Not necessarily, they could subdivide and just sell off the lots.
Yep.
Alright, let's see what's going on. Okay.
I think if it's a single family dwelling, it's a single family dwelling.
I agree.
Can you highlight some of where you're looking at?
The PDF, page 7.
I am PDF.
No, yeah.
So I'm on page. I have it on page 2.
I'm looking at the actual ordinance edit versus the, but yeah, either way.
Okay, so we're
This language.
Brian, can you pull it up?
So it's asking why subdivision and PRUD are included in those that are
Exemptions.
exemptions.
Well, the only thing they're exempt from is, actually, I'm not sure this section is even applicable under current state code now.
But it's not an exception, it just says.
So it's saying that a single family dwelling.
Oh, yours is.
The walls shall be constructed of or faced with concrete or masonry materials, weather resistant materials, or materials that are the same as those used on
Exceptions.
the portion of the dwelling that enclosed and created habitable space.
That 30-minute hold up we can.
So we found a funny little dilemma.
Not sure what, because this was from the county code, and I'm not entirely sure what the county was trying to. Okay, this is the construction of walls that enclose a crawl space. That's what this applies to.
That isn't even on anything.
And then the other one is about roof, I think. Roof systems shall meet the applicable codes. And then roof drainage, wall systems, insulation. All of the things, I don't know, I don't think we should have those exemptions unless they're taking this little section out.
Let's see.
We are under 108-15-2, right? This whole.
Yes, yep.
I don't feel very good about just yanking a whole section out if we haven't had a chance to think about it. I need to say, I think we need to clean something else, but I don't know what.
Well, I'm not sure there's much to talk about because state law prohibits restrictions on
Material,
exterior materials. And roof pitch. And materials.
yeah, that makes sense then.
So you're saying this is a moot section?
I'm saying that, yeah, this might no longer be applicable under state law.
Can we motion to have it go forward and just have Brian double check that's with.
Move to approve it.
So
Okay.
we're under 108-15-2, A still applies. It has, we can require it that it be attached to a foundation, have all of the, or well, okay, so A3.
I don't have it. I would have to say.
All right.
I don't.
Yeah, no, oh, I can't.
It's single family dwelling.
Okay, so. Got it up on the screen here, single family dwelling shall be attached to a permanent foundation. We removed the language about exterior finish made of wood. Things like that. We can require that it's a, durable, weather resistant material. No, actually, we can't require that.
We can't, yeah.
We can only require that it not be combustible if it's in a wildland or communities area. We can require that it be connected to all utilities. I'm not sure why the county put in that it be taxed as real property, but we can leave that.
Why leave it though, if you don't even understand?
Well, I think it is, no, it's a situation because it is. Yeah,
Break it.
already be taxed differently than. So they try to get it. Taxes.
But this next section, which is, section B, it should be labeled B, sorry. Single family dwelling except those located in a mobile or manufactured park, camp, court, subdivision, or PRD. So I think this is all supposed to read as one group. So it's a mobile home, park, camp, court, subdivision, or PURD.
It's all about mobile homes.
It's all about mobile homes. Or those located within a non-mobile home, non-manufactured PRUD. Because PRUDs come with special rules, right?
I don't see that though. I mean, does it say, because where does it say that this only applies to mobile homes?
It's saying that a single family dwelling, except for those located within a mobile home, mobile or manufactured home park, comma, camp, comma, court, comma, subdivision or PRD. I think it all is supposed to mean manufactured home.
I don't think it says that. I don't think it says that. I think it's not. Yeah, those commas mean a subdivision or a PUD. It doesn't say a mobile home, mobile or manufactured home, or within a subdivision of a manufactured home park or PUD. It does. I mean, that language does not say that.
But does any of this, I guess the question.
But what is a camp or what is a court?
I don't know, but
That's why I think it's supposed to be read in the context of a mobile home.
I don't think so.
Okay, but so change it, so it's a mobile home park or camp or court or subdivision.
Well, I don't agree with it if it says or a court or a subdivision or a PRUD.
Yeah,
If it all applies,
Okay.
if it all applies to a mobile or manufactured home park, then put it in parentheses, such as? I mean, I don't understand. I don't think that comment about what the heck is a court anyway. Well, but a subdivision or PUD, I think those are each separate things. I don't think that
Can I
says.
ask a clarifying question?
Yes, please.
Sure.
When you say it applies to mobile homes, manufacturing.
Right, my manufactured.
So in this instance, would it mean that a single family dwelling, parentheses, and in the parentheses, it would say manufactured home? Right? Is that what we're reading that is? So if instead of it saying a single family dwelling, because a manufactured home is a single family dwelling. Could it say either in addition to or instead a manufactured home, except for those located within those things? And then the rest? Or
I'm looking at approved
or
materials.
a manufactured home used as a single family dwelling outside of those things?
If you're talking about a manufactured home, nobody's making those choices. That comes manufactured.
Because those are excluded from that requirement, that's the point. It's an exception, those are not held to the same standard, is what it's saying.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Does it make any sense?
yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, well, we're just breaking all down, say mobile every single time.
But a mobile home and a
A mobile
manufactured home are
camp, a
not
mobile
always the
court,
same
a
thing.
mobile subdivision.
But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about if you had 3 acres and you put a manufactured home on it, because of the manufactured home, you don't have to comply with these things, right? Yeah. Right?
No,
We've got
I think we're gonna have to table this.
Yeah, we don't need to.
one thing I would say though is. I don't know if it's worth our time
to debate.
trying to unpick this knot. I think this one maybe is something that we could spend time cleaning up later, like in July. Because I don't think this harms anybody.
Okay.
It might not make sense to us, but I don't see how this harms anybody in the city or harms potential or creates a nuisance or something problematic for any future development. This has been in Weaver County Code
For decades.
since 2018 at the very earliest. And possibly longer. Unless you can think of a specific example where somebody's outside home cladding is causing the problem, I think it might be worth our time to just skip this and pass it without.
Oh, I don't feel very good about that.
I do, because they're
All
preventing
right.
people from building.
We can come back and fix it in July or in June.
What's your thought, Brad? You stay on
We keep putting stuff off and putting stuff off. We've got 2 weeks
Yeah,
to get
it's-
to. We've got 2 more meetings, maybe 3 more meetings to get to where we want to be.
This is,
Fred, what do you have?
Past building.
I'd like to make a motion that we forward chapter 108-15 standards for single family dwellings on to the city council.
I'll second that.
There's a motion by Commissioner Quigley, second by Commissioner Schaefer. Let's take a roll call vote. So, Commissioner Zenger,
Aye.
Commissioner Lloyd,
Aye.
Commissioner Schaefer,
Aye.
Commissioner Arbogast.
Aye.
I'm gonna vote nay, Commissioner Dean and Commissioner Morgan and Commissioner Quigley.
Aye.
Can I change my vote to nay?
All ayes
Okay.
and Dean was nay. I don't know, can you?
Can I change my vote? Yes, I do.
I would change mine to name too. Does that vote for all of us?
No, they're still fine. That's
Okay.
okay.
Passes,
I know.
so Terry is a nay.
Please, no.
Renee. Okay, but that one's on.
Did you guys get a vote? So one of the guys from the Utah Land Use Institute does a training on why roll call votes are a bad idea. Did you ever hear that training?
No.
We talked about something.
That's, George influence.
What else do we have to try to do?
So do we have to?
So
We don't notice anything if we don't.
we felt without having.
So it's all values, the pressure on my right hand side.
What else do we have?
Should we crank out home occupation? Everybody,
10813.
108-13.
I'm sorry, but when you.
Home occupation, 108-13. There were no public comments. I don't have any comments.
There were some thoughts, I think, though, and I don't know if I guess if we didn't get them in any public comments, I heard there were informally, there were some thoughts about this, but I guess if we didn't get any comments, I don't know what to do about that.
You're welcome to share what you've heard.
Just that there were concerns.
Oh, you don't go there.
Specific.
No.
Well, I mean, Ron Gleason brings that our food trucks covered under this ordinance, under short-term vendors.
They are,
They are.
Okay.
but they also come with their own set of state rules that
Okay.
you can't eliminate.
Yes, I don't.
So do we need to add short term, do we need to specify that food trucks are included?
We're in here.
Oh, okay, sorry, okay, I know, sorry, I'm just.
Okay, anybody have any motions on this?
I'll make a motion. Commissioner Schaefer makes a motion to move
This one, 10813.
108-13. Home occupation short-term vendors, temporary applicant sales forward to the city council.
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lloyd, all those in favor?
Aye.
Right, well, passes unanimously, I believe. Public buildings and public utility substations. So. What number is that?
I don't really see, I don't see any changes other than, from taking the county for
You didn't propose any changes to this section.
Okay,
I make a motion that we move chapter 108-10 public buildings and public utility substation forward to the city council.
I'll second.
motion by Arbogast, second by Morgan, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
This is unanimously. Motor vehicle access.
Can you tell me the motions get on that one?
Just approved to move to
As is.
over to city council.
Okay.
Lisa, Arbogast and Lloyd.
Then-
Oh, Arbogast and Morgan, excuse me.
Okay,
Okay, motor vehicle access, 108-9. These were the gas station ordinances. It looks like you created a whole new updated code.
Oh, there we go.
This one? Is that right? I don't have any comments about this
I don't
anymore.
either. Commissioner Schaefer makes a motion to pass 108-9 on to the city council.
I second
Blakely
it.
seconds.
Blakely said.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Schaefer, second by Commissioner Blakely. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Parking and loading space, vehicle traffic access and regulations, 108-8. There's a lot of red here, Brian. Is this just kind of basic compliance things, or what are the majority of changes from?
Let's see, so we updated parking requirements. So. Clarified parking requirements for single family dwellings, accessory dwelling units, basically saying that they don't have to provide side by side parking, it can be in tandem. The accessory dwelling unit parking language is updated to match state code. Remedy uses proposed parking requirement. Some of these, we can come back again in a couple of months and kind of clean these up, because some of these are kind of some oddly specific parking requirements that I think we can probably generalize a little more effectively. We don't necessarily need to have a different definition of parking for a wedding chapel than a movie theater. But I don't see anything necessary for immediate change. And Tyson included some clarifying language on what the land use authority can do to adjust parking requirements for unusual and unique conditions. Good language on how to document that, and look for opportunities to reduce parking requirements.
Okay, anybody have comments about this or questions? Things to discuss? No. Brad?
Commissioner Blakely motions that we advance chapter 108-8 parking and loading space, vehicle traffic and access regulations forward to the city council.
Schaefer seconds.
Okay, motion by Blakely, second by Schaefer, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimously. I think we should call it a wrap there, there's one left that we could review,
What's left?
What do we have left?
supplementary qualifying regulations. For that,
There's a lot of things in it.
should we,
I got two, I've got, supplementary and qualifying regulations and non-conforming structures.
we
We
already,
already did.
oh no, that one,
Yeah.
that'll be here next.
It's non-conforming structure.
Actually, let's get it done.
Yeah.
108.7, let's do it.
Number 7,
Yeah.
Yes.
I had a bunch on that though. This one talks about building heights and I think we need to have this, think about that in terms of what we want to measure our heights from, if we're doing natural grade, if we're allowing kind of raising of grade to raise building heights, at what point, so. I think right now the way it's stating is the average grade to the ridge is the height, where other ordinance sometimes talk about at any point on the buildings from natural grade. You know, so I just wanna make sure everybody understands the nuances of those.
What about like my
Impacts.
house? It's on my house on a slope, so
Right, so
my
last
house
time
is
it'll be terraced.
2 stories in the front, but 3 stories in the back, because I have a full walkout basement.
There's
So
an
when-
illustration here, let me show you.
And while you're pulling that up, there's also, well, okay, yeah. That one.
Explain it to me.
So for example, the average elevation here is the midpoint between where the slope is at its highest and where it's at its lowest on the structure. Like for example, we're on a finished grade, you know, this is an example where, you know, maybe you built out the space for the home and it's got structure underneath. Again, you're looking at the height of the building in this case is measured from that
Finished grade.
finished grade.
So the finished
So the
grade,
gray area would be a basement
Correct.
the basement or crawl
below,
space.
below the new imported finished grade, okay.
Not count towards the height of the building.
Okay.
Whereas on an unfinished grade, if you're, you know, building on a slope where the slope is higher on the back of the house than on the front. Or on the front versus the back, you take the average elevation between the two, and that's where you start to measure height.
Yeah, so this may be fine, I just wanna make sure, cause I think we've had discussions about height that
Yeah.
are maybe a little too up in the air, so to speak.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense. So,
It
okay,
makes sense, but how do you feel about it, Angela? I mean, do you think that?
I mean, this is probably more restrictive than things I've seen that step with the grade, you know, if you're measuring, if we're saying our building height's 35 feet and you can. Have that at that lowest part, that's pretty tall, like I said, 3-story building.
Yes.
Well, which I don't think we want, so
Right.
I think this is good.
So this makes more sense.
Okay.
This part, because I think I want to determine it the way that it controls.
I mean, it allows people to, the piece that I'm not quite clear on, I mean, typically I'm familiar with natural grade as the measurement, and if you move land around, that you don't get a bonus, whereas this allows you to raise the grade 5 feet, but it doesn't allow you to be out of the ground 5 feet more, so I don't know that it's such an issue. I'm just not as familiar with that, but
So, yeah, that's a good question though, so. If you're allowed to move, when is the height determined? Is it prior to moving soil around or after you move soil around?
After.
right, so if you go to the next image, somebody could do some tricks with piling a bunch of soil on one side, and then your average grade is pretty low, right? If you
And
have
you got
that
taller
low,
building.
or
No, because we're working on the natural grade. In both cases.
just
we're working on
allowing
natural.
5 feet to finish grade
Right,
as an allowance to bury the house, yes.
right.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not gonna allow them to increase the finished grade on one side of the property or on one side of the structure.
So does this open the door for any of those 3-4 story facades on a downhill slope, or would this fix that problem? Because you could take that height all the way to the edge, right? You could take that high point all the way to the low side.
Yeah, they've just
Line
kind of
down
stuck it in the
the-
middle of the. So you're saying, let's say we move the house to the right. Where the grade is lower, but the height would remain the same. So it's kind of like your house
Because
is,
the
right?
height in the back is.
That's what I'm wondering, that's the only example I can think of.
The height in the back, if you move the house down the slope, the height on the front and the back is going to change.
Yeah.
So I mean, I guess. If they make the house, deeper from front to back. You're still limited in that.
So I guess, yeah, and maybe this is just still best case scenario, but if you have. This is your natural grade, if your ridge is out here, say your gable is facing this way, right, so your tall wall is here. If this grade, say it's more extreme, high and low, right, and your average is there. You could be out of the ground like this. And in the ground on this side, because you're going out with the average to get this point, not necessarily the mid height,
Sure.
right? So all of your height can be on the downhill slope.
Which in Lisa's case, we don't see it because it's the back of her house.
Right, in some cases it will be, in some cases it won't.
Right.
Just, so you're clear on what you're gonna see.
Yeah, no, I agree, I agree, that's the only example I can come up with is. From the front, my house is 2 stories, from the back, my house is a full 3 stories. And. I don't know.
And
if
maybe that's okay.
No, I'm saying maybe that's not okay going forward, I'm sorry.
That's what my
But-
house is.
But I'm not, but I don't know that.
And I think with the
Like,
ridge
to
line
look at
stuff,
3 stories.
that protection, so it's not like we're gonna see that sticking out on the ridge, so maybe it's, yeah.
So the problematic example, I guess, that I know was pretty hostile. Was over on the south side of the lake. There were 3 or 4 huge houses that they were really, they were, yeah. That were built and they're at least 3 stories. But they block the entire view of all of the houses that are in, what's that, if you start up Trappers Loop and then on the right side, what is that called? What is that called?
Oh, that's
You know what I mean?
on the top highlights about. That's the edges or something,
You turn left if you, from here, if you go around, you turn left on Trappers Loop. Do you know that's your area?
Yeah, I'm trying to think, is it
On the right?
Edgewater? No, that's the
No, that's
condos
the condos.
down below.
it's right above those.
Yeah, I wanna say.
There's a big like
House of
statue of
Tree.
an elk,
Yeah.
Yeah.
How-
whatever it is. No, how are you? No, I thought no, one is over. in
No, 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 it's not Elkhorn,
It's
it's,
Basin View.
It is not.
No, it's not Basin View.
no, it's like.
Anyway, what, those people, I guess those places aren't on a slope. So I don't think, but those went up and they are like cracker boxes, way big, way high. And there was a big to-do about those because they're obnoxious, but I mean, they block everybody, all those homes, they block their view.
So if those are
And
built
that
on
was-
this standard, I guess that's a question.
Are they taller than 35 feet?
Oh, well, taller than 35 feet, I think.
Probably in the back.
That's an exception then.
Are they taller from the front or from the back?
They're taller in the back. From the front, most of those houses are 1 story.
It is.
I'm gonna tell you in a minute too.
Well, they're not,
How are they,
Okay.
how are they blocking the view if they're on a hillside?
well, the people who live over here, it's huge tall, in front of them, so whatever is coming this way, it's not one story. If you are on the south side, in the homes that live on the south side.
Are you talking about right here?
Old Snow
chalet?
Basin Road?
I don't think so. I'm not.
She said Traverse.
I did say Trappers Loop,
Old
excuse me.
Snow Basin.
I apologize, it is Old Snow Basin Road, my apologies.
Okay, and you're talking about this area from this area, because this is the chalets at Ski Lake. That's what it is. I looked at plots up there, that's how I was like, I looked past it and that chalet is terrible. So, no, thank you.
Okay, well, I think we need to table this one for next person.
I motion to table this.
All right.
All those in favor? Anybody?
Aye.
Adjourn?
I'll motion to adjourn, Commissioner Taylor.
Second.
So, hey.
I recommend table 107 108-7 supplemental something.
Supplementary qualifying regulations.
108-7, okay, and that's.
Future.
Commissioner Boyd tabled that, and who seconded?
Me.
And Schaefer seconded.
I mean, sometimes I can call it.
I don't know if we can
Okay,
either.
and you voted,
Yes, we voted to table it.
okay, cause I have written down 108-12, but I didn't get a vote on that.
We're not, because we're gonna hear that next time.
Yeah,
Did you vote to table?
yes.
Okay.
Okay, who voted to say that then, cause I'm.
Somebody vote to table.
Okay, I vote table.
And I'll
second it. I'll
say her second.
Okay, by Arbogast and seconded by Zender.
Okay.
And all those in favor?
Aye.
And
Aye.
Without what we're doing right now.
And do we have a motion to adjourn?
I'll motion to adjourn.
Okay.
Zanger
Second.
Okay, wait a minute.
I just want to run through now that you're adjourned.
Wait, we have to vote on that, so.
So if you had 2 seconds, you have Fred and Terry, so.
Give it to Fred, I took the last one.
Okay, motion by Schaefer, second by Blakely.
And then
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You guys did, good job, everybody.
Oh my gosh, good job. Can we run through